Blood on the counter splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clink and whispers in the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison? Who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping, floors of regret. Ashtrays full but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls close in. Every sick tastes like original sin. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Blood on the counter splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clink and whispers in the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison? Who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping, floors of regret. Ashtrays full but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls close in. Every sick tastes like original sin. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Dago in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Hear buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Hear buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. They go in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Hear buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Hear words, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Dago in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Hear buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Hear buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay.
What up? What up? What up? And welcome back, all you beautiful peeps. Good to see you today. I hope you're all having an amazing day. I hope you all had a great day yesterday. I missed you guys so very much. It was a crazy busy day for me, but we're back today, and that's what matters. Thank you guys for joining us today. Please make sure as you come through that door to hit that like button, and of course, share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing today, guys. Open discussion. What do you want to discuss? You want to talk about Charlie Kirk situation? You want to talk about the IDAHO4? You let me know, and we will go there. And if you can't, then I'll figure it out somehow or another. But we are going to talk about something today. That's for damn sure. So let's do this thing. Welcome back, everybody, once again. And thank you so much for joining us here. We are open for business. You know what comes next. What up? Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you today. Great to be back with you guys. I missed you all quite a bit yesterday. It was a crazy day here at the homestead here. Trying to get my garage cleaned out and stuff like that. I just couldn't make it. I tried. Couldn't do it. So I'm sorry. But here we are today, and welcome back. It is great to see you all. Thank you guys for joining us. I hope everybody's doing amazing, because you are amazing, and I appreciate you all very much. Great to see y'all. Come on in, grab a seat, grab a cup of whatever it is, coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Please come in, sit down, have a conversation with me, and whoever else may join me. Who knows? The link is pinned. Oh, God, I'm drinking tea, folks. Hot tea. I ran out of coffee. I'm drinking hot tea, which, don't get me wrong, I don't mind it, but I feel like I'm going through withdrawal, folks. Literally, truly, I have a bad issue with coffee. We know that, so it is what it is. Who do we have joining us here at the cafe today? It looks like the megastars in the house. Meg P. Welcome back. Good to see you. End of the line. Good morning to you, SRBB. Great to have you here, dear. Smiling Sleuth, good to see you today. Let's see, who else do we have? Miss Tandy's in here on her lunch break. Always love when she joins us for that. Eddie's in the house. Welcome back, brother. Good to see you. Miss Christina, great to see you. Phil's in the house again. Great to see you, Phil. We did miss you. Christina, again, hello. Miss Jules, good to see you. Fizzy's fizzing around. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. The Done One, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Miss Brandy B, it's been a while. Good to see you, Miss Brandy. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're doing well. Thank you to my moderators for being here. We all know I wouldn't, nor shouldn't ever try and do this without them, because it just won't happen, because they're so amazing. I appreciate and love the Blue Crew so very much. Adam and E Proton, good to see you today. Love the name. Mr. Hemisphere, my friend, good to see you today. Welcome back. Again, everybody, if you will, please, as you come through that door, hit it, kick it, knee it, elbow it, leg it, whatever you want to do, but do something with that like button, if you will, please, and thank you. And share this out. Let everybody know we're hanging out in here at the cafe today and what we're doing. Miss Cat Lady's in the house. Great to see you. Did end of the line just call Mega Ho? Good Lord. It says, hey ho, Meg P. Meg, I love you. Oh my God. I know what it meant, but it definitely, that was too funny. Too funny. I love you, Meg. That was great. I'm pretty sure that's not what it meant, though. No. It's a greeting. Nothing bad. I love it, Meg. That's a great way to start it off. What's up, Eddie? How you doing today, brother?
Good to see you today. We missed you yesterday.
I guess I missed you guys too. I had a lot of emails and messages, and I have a monstrous garage, folks. I could fit 3 cars and a boat in there, and I was trying to get it cleaned out because we usually have some form of a Halloween party because we're obsessed with Halloween, and we usually do it there because I have a Jesus criminy. I just went brain dead. We have a wood stove in my garage. There we go. And it heats it. So usually October, it's kind of chilly outside. So we usually do our parties in the garage. And there's a TV up there, up on the corner of the wall, and all sorts of fun. Yes, there's a bar in there. I don't drink, but there's a bar in there. My wife does. So anyway, so we were trying to get that all reorganized, and because it's been 2 years since I've reorganized it. There's a table and a couch and a chair and all sorts of crap out there. So we had to move everything around, get rid of a bunch of stuff, and we had to put all the summer stuff, the pool stuff away and all that crap. So it is what it is. That's what I spent most of my day. And every time I thought I was done, the boss was home yesterday. I turned and I said, you know what? I'm going to try to go live. She was like, hey. Yes, dear. We're not done. Okay. So that's where I was all day. And by the end of the day, I was burnt the hell out. So that's why I was gone. I'm so sorry. But I did miss you guys greatly yesterday. Like I said, it's like therapy. If I don't do this at least once a day, at least once, things just don't go right for me. So here I am. We are back. So what went on yesterday? Did I miss anything fun and interesting?
No, you took the day off on a good day to do it, I think.
Good.
News-wise, current events-wise, I think it was pretty slow all around.
Good to hear. I didn't miss anything. That's good. Somebody's got a birthday I'm seeing in here real quick. Tomboy Charm, the bomb toys in the house. Good to see you, Tomboy 300. Welcome. Good to see you as well. Of course, the cat lady. I left you alone yesterday. You left me alone. Well, I left you alone too. Miss Paula, the positive one. Good to see you, Paula. Well, and you can do that too. I mean, I wouldn't expect you guys to sleep in the garage, but I mean, if you want to, you can. You can hang out there at least. Happy birthday to, is it End of the Line? Cheers. It's early and I'm having a 3 a.m. bourbon. My daughter's birthday, and I'm still celebrating. Happy birthday to End of the Line's daughter. God bless. 3 a.m. Oh, we got somebody over in the UK, I'm guessing. Hope she had a great and amazing birthday. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat, grab a chair. 30 people in the house, 27 likes. Please make sure to hit the like button, and please share it out. No, I did not see that, Christina. Which you got to be careful doing that kind of stuff. You can't put that stuff on YouTube because they don't like it. It incites violence. I'm surprised that a few of us didn't get stuff cut down because of knives and stuff from the IDAHO4 case. Tammy Lou. Happy birthday to Miss Tammy Lou. And you're another Aussie in the house. I love it. Good to see you. Well, Tammy Lou, I hope you're having or had a wonderful birthday and continues to get better. I hope you have a great year. And if End of the Line sticks around, maybe we'll do it again next year. Sounds like a plan. Oh, does he, Chris? Okay, I'll have to check it out. So what's going on with you, Mr. Edward? How are you today?
Well, you're going to possibly cover the Charlie Kirk thing. So that's good. I'm interested in more discussion on that. I did email you something. I don't know. We may or may not end up using it. It depends. Have you heard anything about a drone?
Yes, I did, and I saw a video of it too.
Okay. Well, if you have something already that, that you're ready to load up and share with us, then probably is the same thing or nearly the same as what I have emailed you. So
we can try to. I can find it. We pulled one up. We were watching it, but you can't even see it. It moves so fast, and it's like, what the hell is this? Some kind of like crazy new weird technology? Because it's like literally, I've seen drone. I have a drone, a small one, but it's just a little itty bitty thing like this. It's not a real, I think it's more of a toy. But anyway, I've seen the bigger ones. We watched all them videos over last winter or last fall or summer with all them damn drones flying all over Jersey and here in Ohio and stuff. They don't move that fast. This thing was like, literally. I'm like, how in the hell did they even catch that on video? But yeah, we saw that. I mean, let's break it down. We can break down the Charlie Kirk thing because there's so much going on. I've been watching the little bits and pieces as I'm running around doing stuff. It's playing on my TV. The Kash Patel stuff going on in Senate or Congress. I'm sorry. Or wherever the hell they're doing this. And it's like, what in the hell is going on with the FBI? Okay. There's a lot that's being, and I'm not going political, folks. I'm just telling you, this is our country. I'm going to watch this. Okay. There's a lot of things being questioned and talked about. And I don't know. There's a lot of BS popping up and a lot of people questioning and yelling at people and this and that. And like, what is going down? So just saying. And anybody that questioned him, he shut that down real quick. He was ignoring questions, not even answering people. So, I mean, you got to think about one thing, okay? And I'm not picking anybody's sides on anything. I have questions for him as well. But he runs the FBI, folks. The FBI is the FBI. Okay, it's a big ass thing, and there's a lot going on, and there's multiple cases that they preside over. So, yes, it was baby aliens. That's right, Fizzy. So it's like a lot of the issues coming up with Kash are the Epstein things. Okay. We all know what that's all about. We all know who's on there, who's not on there, possibly. Let me put it that way. And I'm sure just like anybody else, there's certain questions you can answer and certain questions you can't. When somebody throws a question to you and says, is the president of the United States on there? How do you think anybody's going to answer that, folks? Do you truly think and expect that person's going to say, oh, yeah, boo is him. He's there. And think they're going to have the same job they had yesterday, the day before, or tomorrow, the day they... Hold on, slow down. My brain's going fast in my mouth again. You think they're going to have the same job tomorrow they had yesterday? There we go. I got it out the right way that time. So it's like, it's interesting. I'm just saying, I knew when we got that the Epstein stuff dropped, we weren't never, just like anything that we get from the government, guys, come on. When the alien stuff dropped, did you really think they were truly going to show us everything that if it exists, if it's out there, they show us everything they want us to see to a limit. They don't give us everything we want. They give us everything that they want. Okay. So there's so many other things out here. And a lot of this stuff is distractive material for different things. So if you see two things happening in the same day, they're going to show us the least important thing, or two things happening within the same period of time. Let me put it that way. They're going to show us the least.
Dago, your mic cut out. You were muted.
Mic again. I'm sorry, you guys. So anyway,
the least important thing.
That's of course, because the more important thing, the smoke and mirrors comes forth. We know how that works. Okay. And it is what it is. It's never going to change. It's never going to change. So we just have, that's why we do what we do and go looking around the corner to see what actually happened over here. So, Charlie Kirk, the Epstein, all these things, I feel like in some aspects can be distractive with a little bit of truth to them. Just saying. And on a lot of this stuff is a lot of it is alleged. Yes. So who knows? And then Meg just said Kash is giving people polygraphs to see if they're low. That was great. I love that, Meg. I love it. You're killing me today. That was great. Too funny. Well, let me say, in my opinion, that he's on there, and probably that the people that weren't asking about, yeah, I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is. One thing we got to remember about this Epstein thing, folks, is there's a lot of people that are on there. It doesn't necessarily mean that those people were involved in any kind of a trafficking situation, truly. Not saying that they're not either, but you got to remember both sides of that. He really did do that. That's insane. That's too funny to me. No, Cass didn't get fired. That's still going on. I'm pretty sure. Aren't those hearings still going on like now? And he's not going to get fired over any of this.
Yeah, I agree with what you just said, Diego. And what would shed more light, and it still wouldn't be like definitive, but to understand fully the quantity, the number of times that they returned visit.
Mm-hmm.
How many times? It's one thing if you went there and kind of understood that what you're seeing, there might be some red flags, and it's like a place to not be, especially if you're like a public type of persona.
Sure.
Keep your distance. Okay, I kind of get the gist of this, and I'm out of here.
Yeah.
So if you were there once, that would possibly, again, not definitive, but it could mean a whole different. There might be a whole different take than if someone just went back and back and back and back.
Of course, that makes sense. And if you look at, I guess, also when they were there, what could be going on at that point in time? Who was there together? Okay, there's certain people, I'm sure, that if it comes together and it does point out certain things, the investigative side to it, which is what a lot of us do, we investigate things and see what makes us, what makes sense. A little Encyclopedia Brown or some Hardy Boys putting together. And okay, so this one, and this one was there, but so was this one. And they all seem to be there at the same time. Whatever. I mean, you got to kind of, and if backgrounds for certain people, it just kind of plays itself together, in my opinion. That's all. But yeah, it's still, I believe that our government, and this is a joke, what I'm going to say, everybody knows it is. I believe our government should be 100% transparent with us, but I also agree that there are certain things that will cause more problems than they should. Okay. And that could cause more problems with the people. If some things are probably better left unsaid, depending on the how dangerous it could be. Okay. That there's that too. Now, I still fully believe in 100% transparency in anything because this is our country. We deserve to know that, it should be. And my wife found a comment from somebody, one of our presidents. And it was a really interesting statement that he made a long time ago about all of this kind of stuff. And I'm trying to get the comment back in the back of my mind. How I can't remember things, but you'll be blown away by the person that said it, by which president it was. Welcome, Senor Wazowski. As I'm thinking on that, come on in, guys, grab a seat. I'm just trying to wait to see how many more people we get before we get moving on anything serious, but great talking topics, folks. I got a few things I actually could talk about because I'm kind of pissed off too. What would be worth lying over to say the Supreme Court put an order out not to release some of that? Well, if there's people, it's mostly people. Think about that. You can't have the president of the free world up on a list like this and people not question it. That's going to be a problem. You know what I'm saying? And other people that, from my understanding, there's been quite a few people up there that would blow us away. Well, they don't want to tarnish somebody's reputation that is part of who we are. I mean, I'll tell you one thing. I grew up in the 80s. Most of us did. And welcome, Devil Woman. Good to see you. I don't care about Epstein Island. I think he was killed. Of course he was, because the minerals on that land. Not everything was nefarious. Most went knowing exactly. Yes, that's a good statement. A great statement, Devil Woman. I love that. And I agree with you. Welcome, Noni. Good to see you. Now, there are some nefarious things. We know that. But I got too many thoughts going on. Fox Rooter, welcome back. Good to see you. Again, welcome back to the people that received new memberships. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce. And thank you to the people that distributed those. God bless. We appreciate that very much. Noni, good to see you. Too many thoughts going, and I can't complete one of them. I'm sorry, you guys. See, I missed one day, and I'm all screwed up. I'm thinking.
My thoughts real quick is Kash Patel's own say so is they're not going to release for the purpose of who's on there. And if you think he's talking about like one person in particular, you'd be wrong. It is so big. The whole house of cards would come down. So many powerful and influential people would be on that. It's never going to be. You'll never know who's on that list. In my opinion,
it would. I think in some senses that's a good point too. I think in some senses that it would unravel the government per se, the country in some aspects, and that can never happen. You know what I mean? It can't. I mean, I'm sure we could all imagine in some aspects who would be there, who would be on that list, and just like, okay, yeah, I bet this one, or I bet that one, I bet that one. But in a sense, if it were proven, it could unravel the government. That's not possible, which is why I think Patel says, you know, when he answers those questions, the people that have been released legally, and I can't remember his exact words, but you know what I'm trying to say, Eddie. That's how he puts it. They have been put out legally or something else. There's another word he puts in there with it that goes with it. And it's like, okay, you know, I wouldn't be shocked on that one, Meg. I would not be shocked on that. Oh, let me finish my thought. So like I said, we all grew up in the 80s, and a lot of us at that age were impressionable. So the Cosby Show was a huge show in the 80s that we all, probably almost all of us, watched. I know I waited every Thursday night to watch it because I loved Bill Cosby. I loved the Cosby Show. He was America's dad. When it all came out about him, it blew my mind, and it completely deleted and depressed a thought that I had of a person that I grew up with that made me feel good about something. You know what I mean? And it ruined it. It destroyed that feeling that Bill Cosby gave us all as younger people, as America's dad. And he was African American, and it was an African American family that were doing. There were 6. It was a good show. It was a good feeling to see all of these things being progressive the way they were. And then they did that. Yeah, the Jello, Jesus, Meg, and you know, picture pages and all that stuff we grew up with was Bill Cosby, Fat Albert, you know, and then it killed it all. It killed it all for me. Now, not everybody took it that way, but it killed it all for me. Like, I can't look at him that way anymore. I can't look back to those memories and feel good about that anymore because of who was involved. Because it's bad stuff. You don't do those things, okay? So, you know, it just, those things too. And I'm not saying that they care about how we feel about somebody that's on the Epstein list. What I'm saying is it can destroy a lot of other things besides just a thought about a guy that was a TV show host or something like that. I'm saying it can unravel a lot of things that they just can't have happen.
When people become that successful and popular and wealthy, they can step out of bounds. The temptation is there, and we've seen how, you know, people of that caliber can become eccentric too. Big time. And when bad news comes out about them, you know, if that person is our guy, so to speak, then we can become in denial about, you know, the truth that's coming out, or the at least the alleged statement, accusation about them.
Right.
sometimes we can side with the wrong party, in other words.
Well, and that's the thing, is if we don't know everything, which is why I believe in full transparency to some extent, then yeah, you're right. You can, because you don't know the truth 100%. No, Tara, they're not two different things, in my opinion. They're two different situations, yes, but it's the same thing in some aspect, though. Bill Cosby did something horrible. He was a very important person to the world for a long time. Epstein was a very important person and hosted or was involved in some very horrible things. It's the same type of a situation, but different circumstances. Okay, that's all I was trying to make it understood.
So they're similar but different. Yeah, just like
similar but different. Thank you.
Garth Brooks, another one.
Yeah, if that's believable. And that's the thing. A lot of these things, you don't want to believe them. Okay. If somebody comes forward with some proof, I didn't believe the Bill Cosby thing. I didn't want to believe the Bill Cosby thing. I was in denial for that for a while until we go to court and they show this, and I went, wow. And it blew my mind. It just completely, I was done. I was like, I can't believe it. I can't believe he did this. Danny Masterson. I was a huge fan of him from that 70s show. Okay. And The Ranch. Poof. It blows your mind. There's people out there that do these things. R. Kelly. You know, I used to love his music. No. And your mind tells you, your morality tells you, you cannot like this artist any longer because of the things they did. There's people that still do. And I mean, I liked the music he created. I still like the music he created. I will never support somebody like him or buy his albums because of what he stands for, per se, at this point. I hope that's understood what I'm saying. I don't want to confuse
it crushes your idealistic view of that person. You know, your wholesome view of what you thought that person was.
Bingo. And SRB just said the same thing. I'm explaining how our perception will change on somebody when you hear something bad. Facts. It's facts, because it's kind of painful to some aspect. Like somebody in chat said, Meg said, the JELL, the Jello commercials. That was part of our childhood, folks. And that was what got our parents, Mom, Dad, go buy these pudding pops. These things are amazing. And you know why? Because Bill Cosby said they are. Of course they're good. Now, when I look back and think about it, it kind of disgusts me because I know who and what he actually stands for, what he did. You can't fix that. So that's what I'm trying to explain. Thank you, SRB. I appreciate that. You know, I know they're two different situations and the two separate circumstances, but that's the point I was trying to make. Thank you, Eddie and SRB, for helping with that. Yes, that's exactly it. My mind is telling me no, just like R. Kelly said. Hey, Sky, good to see you. Yeah, R. Kelly's a mess. And Diddy and all them people that do these things. And Eddie said something about when you get to a certain point of power and prestige, or whatever you want to call it, when you have that money, I think people get bored with their life. Like, they got everything. They've been to everything. They can get anything they want at their finger touch, at the touch, or you know what I'm trying to say, a touch of a finger. And now what do? I have it all. I have all this money. What the hell am I going to do with it? And they start getting away from themselves, and their minds, there's something in their mind that has never been right to begin with, or it wouldn't come to the surface anyway, in my opinion. But the power just adds to that, and it lets it grow and become something so much darker than it maybe was just a thought.
You can sum it up maybe with above the law. Yeah,
it's the best way to put it. You become above the law because nobody's going to touch me. I'm untouchable. I'm Diddy, for God's sakes. You know what I mean? Or Bill Cosby, who's going to touch him? Jeffrey Epstein, who's going to touch him? People start to feel this way because they're allowed to feel that way for so long, and then poof. So I'm just saying. D. Smith, welcome. Echo 444. Stuart Jones, great to see you. Miss Rose in the house, welcome back to you. Sky 1088. Tara, hello and welcome. I think I caught you guys up. It doesn't blow your mind. Okay. Well, good for you then. I guess anything I say today is going to be challenged, so that's okay. Too fast for please. Good to see you. Everybody in the chat, be nice. And see, that was another one that I had issues with too. Is Michael Jackson was a big problem for me, you guys. I'm a musician. I was a dancer. I did all these things. Okay, Michael Jackson was one of the biggest reasons why. I don't know which way to look with him. Still, he's been dead for how long now, and I don't know which direction to look with him. Like Eddie said, sometimes we follow the wrong direction or the wrong path. Okay, I'm still confused with this because there's so many things and people that have come forth and made statements that could be proof, but then you know who Michael Jackson is and how much money he was the richest man in the world at one point. Okay, and people go to that because they don't have it. They want it. So they try to find ways to get it. Okay. So I don't know which way to believe on that. I would never want to defer or downgrade somebody's accusation in an aspect that relates to something like that. But there have been many, many people that have attempted to threaten or not threaten, but accuse. And it turns out to be false because they were just trying to get some money. So it's hard to go in that direction. In that case, because I loved Michael Jackson, folks. Loved. I still do. I don't anywhere near listen to the music like I used to because of my thoughts and my issues with the subject. But, that's what I mean. It's so hard to know. And our government does the same thing. That's why I got onto this part of the conversation. They give us something for so long and we believe in it. As we do with our government. We believe because it's our country. We need to believe in our government. And then certain things fall out of the mix and they rain down and we're like, oh shit, what does that mean? What is this? Now what? I don't believe this. This is my country. No, and it's a bad thing. It's a very bad thing. It's sad. And it does cause us to go kind of get all scramble-brained and mixed up and not think straight on certain things, I think. And you question one thing, you question another thing, and then you don't want to believe one of these, and you have to believe the other one. It's just hard sometimes. That's all I'm trying to say.
You know what really clouds this? What blurs the lines is if someone brings a charge to someone who is wealthy and famous, and because they're wealthy and famous, they're trying to get some type of settlement out of it. Of course, there's also the other side of that coin where it's a legitimate grievance action. And then the defense always turns to that. Well, they're just trying to get money out of me. Mm-hmm. Trying to hide the truth that, well, indeed, the wealthy, famous person was the one doing wrong. So that makes it even more difficult to identify. And one of those examples can kind of ruin it for the other, legitimate actions to follow.
Very true. Very true. Welcome, Diane, Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's Dead Flues and Mother's in the house. Welcome back. Great to see you. And yes, Eddie, I agree. D. Smith, welcome back. Said Callie, great to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. Yeah, that's a good way to put that, bud. I agree with you on that. If there's anybody Kent Corbett, good to see you, bud. I don't know which one you're talking about, bud, but maybe not. Depends on what it is, Kent.
Do tell us more.
Yes, let us know, Kent. Let us know what the news of the day is. There's quite a bit of it out there.
If I may,
please do.
This has kind of been on my mind because it all ties in. This is relevant. We can all agree that if someone offends you or does you an injustice, it's best if you address it immediately. Do not let time elapse before you stop. Let that person know that you perceive the injury and you are checking them and their behavior in order so that it doesn't continue to happen.
Good point.
We can also all agree that is easier said than done to do that. Because it's uncomfortable. It's confrontational. No one likes, or most people don't like confrontation. So it's easier to overlook it, give it a free pass in the hopes that by doing that, it will diffuse the situation. Maybe the offender, will be happy. You can make that person happy, as it were. And of course, that's the wrong action to take. And sometimes in these cases that we're discussing here, I can understand that, if the woman who would be, the dominant party would be the male, right? And then the woman that it's happening to would absolutely have reasons to not come forward immediately. Mm-hmm. But sometimes there's a passing of time that takes place, and then they do eventually come forward. And then, that kind of blurs the lines too, doesn't it?
It does, definitely. Most definitely, yes. Good point. Welcome, Good Trouble. Great to see you, dear. I didn't see you at first. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, definitely can blur the lines, Eddie, and I agree with that. You got to deal with things like that now. Anytime anybody has come at me, let me say it that way. And we know that that's happened out here for years, guys. I've been here 4 years, and it is what it is. It's part of being a YouTuber. As soon as it comes forth, I come out and give a little thing and talk about it, because you got to get in front of stuff like that, and you tell your side of this, and you explain why and what, and then you move on. That's all I can. That's the best way to do it. And it relates the same way, in my opinion. So. Very good point. Welcome, Kent. Good to see you today. Hemisphere, I can't see you, but welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. So real quick, Kent, what is the news of the day, my friend?
Did you check your email today?
I did. I got the email from you. I did see that. Yeah.
And so the media, that media statement, if you wanted to read it, is the big news of the day.
Okay. Let me see here. And
so that would have been the first email that I sent you, I think, because the second part was an audio podcast from Sonny's video.
It was about the two Nova Scotia children that are still missing, Jack and Lily Sullivan. We've been covering. Ken has been involved in the case from day one, helping with that in a lot of aspects. And again, I thank him for that. It says the media availability will be held online via Teams September 19th at 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m. Atlantic time, where Team Sergeant Stephen Pike and David Whalen, RCMP Police Dog Services, Corporal Guillaume Tremblay, definitely French, Nova Scotia RCMP, and the media availability is specifically for information and questions relating to human remains detection. Oh, shit. Sergeant Pike and Sergeant Whalen are experts on the use of dogs and to search for human remains. They're not directly involved in the investigation into Lily and Jack's disappearance. The questions related to the investigation are to be directed to this website here. Please confirm attendance by 2 p.m. September 19th, emailing the RCMP there. You'll receive a Teams link just before, so that's not something I can get into. But we'll get the probably the update after the fact if there is something from it. I guess Sunny, it's an update from Sunny's channel. She had done it with the audio podcast from Global Mail with Lindsay and Rick Mercer, and this was the first media briefing notice. Got you. I appreciate it. So they're bringing.
Now there's on the Missing Person Canada's website. Mm-hmm. If you go to that, then there's statement there at the end of that stating that there is future searches planned. We don't know when or anything or where. That the human remains detection dogs will be included.
Finally.
And they stated that there may not be notice or whatever given due to investigative personnel, investigative protection of the investigation, and officer safety.
Okay.
So read into that what you may.
Right.
We'll be expecting like I say, this is the briefing for the media to go in and get told what they're going to be allowed to release and not release, as far as the human remain dogs coming in, and how they're worked and how they're trained and stuff like that. But apparently future searches will involve. And then the audio podcast that I was talking about, which was the second email, it's 35 minutes long. It's just an overview of the case from the beginning by the reporters.
Okay. Gotcha. Sounds good. Sir. I appreciate that.
A lot of people seem to be really excited. I just hope that they're not jumping the gun.
It's taken how long to get, this type of a cadaver dogs to be brought in on this? It's been, the whole time?
Well, we've also been told that, according to the RCMP's website, that all RCMP canine units have some human remain detection training, and the fact is that we know that there was 2 of the 8 dogs that were on site were canine units.
Right. And I think that's what we've explained the whole time on this, is that their canine dogs have some aspect of training within the cadaver realm, but it may not be enough to actually, actual cadaver dogs. Can slow down a certain depth and things like that. That may be the problem with the other dogs, is maybe they don't have enough training to pick up on a scent that may be buried deeper or something like that. So that's why
further away from the source area where they were or whatever, right?
Yes. So that's why it's good to bring a fully trained cadaver dog onto a situation like this to see if that could make a change. So I agree with that. Well, it's good to know.
If they alert, then we're saying, where the hell are the kids? And if they don't alert, I know that the public is going to cry and say, well, the RCMP waited too long. But I just hope that they understand that's not the case. Like, if these dogs are the human remain scent dogs, then these dogs, if there's any human remain scent, you're not going to get rid of it on everything. So if there's a human remain scent there, these dogs should answer that question.
Absolutely, that makes sense. And I hope that this brings forth some kind of an answer to this case. I don't want that to be the answer, if you know what I mean. But if that's the case, but we need to know that, okay? I'm hoping that they bring them in and they find nothing. But at the same time, there needs to be closure here somewhere. So, you know what I mean?
There's only 2 scenarios here, right?
Yes.
The matter of how they get there, that's another story. But there's only 2 scenarios. Either the kids are unalive or the kids are alive.
Right.
How we get to those end results will differ depending on which way or which result that is.
Yes. And nobody wants it to be that the cadaver dogs bring forth the answer to this. Nobody does. But if that is the truth, sadly, we need to know, and it needs to be known, and that's that. So we'll see. And if that's the case, then they should have done this 5 months ago, sadly. But it is what it is, and I'll take what we can get on this so that we can just get some kind of answers in it. And again, it could be a good thing. If they bring these dogs in and there's nothing that happens, there's no hits on anything, that's kind of
quiet somebody.
It's a kind of a sigh of relief in some sense. Now, if they bring them to this property alone, it tells us that they're not there on that property. That doesn't say for, that they didn't take them somewhere else, or somebody didn't take them somewhere else and do it somewhere else. That's the sad part to that. But it'll give us some answers to a lot of questions, is all I'm saying.
Well, I think the big question is, when they left the property, were they alive or not?
I said that almost from day one, Kent, because there's vehicles. It's very easy to put things in a vehicle and leave and go somewhere, which we know that somebody did. at some point. Where did they go? We don't know. Would that explain why the dog stopped at the driveway? Would that explain a few things possibly? I don't know, but we'll have to see.
Yeah.
So, and we're going to be doing this, guys, coming up here in a few days, where I'm going over all the records with Kent on this case. If you're interested in this case and have followed it with us, please tune in for that. We're definitely going to be doing that and breaking it down from the beginning to the end on everything that is in the documents on this. So I'm looking forward to that too. Maybe it'll explain some things that we haven't been able to explain just from talking about it and reviewing things that we may have missed that might be in the document.
Oh, the documents are interesting if you read between the lines.
They definitely, from what I've seen so far, he's right. They are. So that'll be happening soon.
Alrighty, sir. If anything else breaks, I will let you and your viewers know.
I appreciate you, Kent. We all do. Thank you very much. Very, very much. Thank you for being up here. Give me 1 second. Good to see you today, Hemisphere. Thanks for joining us.
Good to be up here today, guys.
One quick second. All right, it's come to my attention, and you guys know how I put everything to the side for a minute, that we have a birthday in here. Good Trouble's birthday's today. Happy birthday. Please make sure that you wish her a happy birthday. And I always like to at least put this out and try to send off a cake for you guys in any way, shape, or form. So we're going to do that real quick. For you, Good Trouble, I appreciate you being here and part of this community. So, and I hope you're having an amazing birthday. I hope you have an amazing year, and then hopefully you're around, and next year we can do this again. And I try to change these up for you guys. Some of them are crazy funny. Some of them are whatever. I hope you enjoy this. So hold on 1 minute. Let's run this. And as soon as we get through these, I think we're going to jump into the Charlie Kirk conversation, because there's a lot of questions on this. And I know Eddie mentioned it too. So that's where we're headed, I think. Give me a minute. Thank you, Meg. Was that on one of the on the goal, I think? Thank you so much, Meg, for that. God bless. And yes, good happy birthday, Good Trouble. And I hope you have an amazing day, guys. Please make sure to wish her a happy birthday. I woke up this morning. Can you guys hear the audio on this? When it first started, could you hear it?
I can.
Yeah?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
Crawled out of bed, I should have been smiling, 'cause my calendar read that today was the day I was born long ago. So why was I crying? I had candles to blow. Happy stinking birthday, let's celebrate. 1 year closer to dying, a few more pounds overweight, hair a little bit grayer, but hey, they say I'm aging great. So happy stinking birthday, let's celebrate. I'll have some cake and a strawberry scoop, a beer and some prunes just to help me go pooping. I'll have champagne and I'll raise up my glass. I'll make a toast to my saggy old ass. So happy stinking birthday, let's celebrate. 1 year closer to dying, a few more pounds overweight, hair a little bit grayer, but hey, they say I'm aging great. So happy stinking birthday, let's celebrate. 1 year closer to dying, a few more pounds overweight, hair a little bit grayer, but hey, they say I'm aging great. So happy stinking birthday, let's celebrate. Happy stinking birthday, let's celebrate.
All right. All right. There you go. Good trouble. I hope you got a little laugh out of it. Happy birthday to you. And again, I hope you have an amazing day. Oh, 1 second. And I hope you have an amazing year, as I always leading up to this so we can do it again next year. Here's a little cake for you, some candles, and make a wish and blow them out, my dear, and enjoy your day, please. There you go. There you go. All right. Steven, movies reseller. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, that's awesome. Good trouble. Good for you. I hope you enjoy yourself. Very much so. Very much so. All right, guys. One thing I want to hit on real quick before we get moving into this conversation, because it's going to get pretty deep, I'm sure, is something very important. We were in Discord the other day before yesterday. SRB, Tomboy, and I think Cassie was in there too, and something happened out of nowhere. Like, I turned my scanner on because of it and all this. There were 3 police officers that were shot and killed. There were 5 shot, 3 of them killed. They were life flighting these officers one after another this was in York County, Pennsylvania. Very bad situation. In fact, I think I did a moment of silence in the second part of the show that I had. I think I mentioned it to you a little bit. I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of insight into what happened with this and an update on it a little bit. A very bad situation. Like I said, you know, we cannot, just because we don't trust and like all police officers, not all of them are bad folks, and they definitely need respect. And there should be thoughts and prayers going out to these officers' families. It's a bad situation, guys. I just want to give you a bit of an update on this real quick. And before I do that, though, Moonlit, thank you so much for the super chat and for the happy birthday to Good Trouble. It was very sweet of you. Too Fast for Fleas, thank you for that as well. And of course, Meg. If I didn't hit it, I think I did, but I just want to thank you all for that. You guys are so very generous and gracious. God bless. Yeah, this was crazy. It threw us for a loop because we were sitting here. I think Tomboy was just scanning through things as we were discussing other stuff, and boom. So we started, all 3 of us started looking like, where the hell is this at? What's going on and why? Me being a first responder, I noticed certain things, and I'm like, this is not normal, folks. There were emergency vehicles flying out everywhere, multiple ambulances, police cars, and they bring in more. You know, medevac is no joke. It's got to be bad for medevac. They were dropping multiple medevac choppers all over this area. That's a very serious situation. So I'm just going to give you a bit of what's going on with this. And I think it needs to be put out there so that people can keep these families in your thoughts and prayers. This is a horrible thing. Very horrible thing. Police officers go to work every day knowing that that could be a day that something bad happens to them, period. Okay? I mean, it is the same with first responders in some aspect, but more dangerous for police officers, in my opinion, because of what they do. So you just never know. And this is the worst thing that can possibly happen, in my opinion. So
yeah, for people to be, you know, paint with such a broad brush that because there's a bad cop, then they have to view all cops as bad. That's just crazy. That's
you
not
don't
the
do
takeaway. But that said, one of the worst enemies of a good cop is a bad cop.
Amen to that one. Yes, because it makes them all look bad, and then people don't trust them, and they're bingo. 100% is what happens, and you got to be able to look through that, folks. I told you I come from a law enforcement family. My biological father, my grandfather, and my uncle, all 3 police officers. And out of the 3 of them, a couple of them did some things they shouldn't do. Okay, but the other one wasn't bad at all. He did everything by the book. And these are my family that I'm telling you about. And there's others out there like this. I have 3 or 4 friends that are police officers. 2 of them that I'm very close with. They're real deal by the book police officers. And they do what they're supposed to do. But they work with people that don't. And it's out there. So you got to be able to read through the lines and weed out the good from the bad. And we need law enforcement in the worst way. Defunding them is not the answer. Disrespecting them is not the answer. And definitely clapping your hands over a situation like this. No, you're a horrible person if that's what you're doing. I'm sorry. So just saying. Let's check this out. See what we got real quick. There's a couple of things I have on this, and then we're going to get into that conversation.
Here with the breaking news, authorities responding to reports of multiple police officers shot in York County, Pennsylvania, about an hour outside Lancaster near the Maryland state line. There is late word coming in tonight. At least 3 officers are dead. Law enforcement officials telling ABC News police were serving a warrant when the gunman opened fire. There was also news coming in on the suspect. Schools and residents told to shelter in place. Governor Josh Shapiro.
So there's the answer. We're bouncing that around. Were they possibly trying to serve a warrant? There it is. Because we're trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Okay, Moonlight, I will do that.
He's on the scene at this hour. ABC's Whit Johnson leading us off.
Tonight, a swarm of law enforcement descending on this Pennsylvania neighborhood an hour outside Harrisburg. After multiple officers were shot and at least 3 were killed while serving a warrant.
Count of officers down, please. We have 1 officer down.
At least 2 officers transported to a nearby hospital. Emergency crews seen here loading a person into a medevac helicopter. The hospital saying both are in serious condition, adding that they've enhanced their security protocols. The first emergency calls coming in just after 2 this afternoon. Shots fired in a rural area in North Codorus Township.
We're going to have another officer that's going to be ground transported.
Nearby residents and schools told to shelter in place. Dave Miller lives across the street.
I heard the gunshots, many gunshots, and I saw an officer go down on the road.
Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro joining authorities.
This is an absolutely tragic and devastating day for York County and for the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We grieve for the loss of life, for 3 precious souls who served this county, served this Commonwealth, and served this country.
And David, the FBI is also on the ground providing assistance. And late today, authorities have now confirmed the shooter is dead. David.
So there's that. And I wanted to give you guys the pressure on this because it tells the story in a more of an aspect. But when this first hit, we were just like, good God almighty. What the hell could this be? Like I said, we tossed it around. Is it a warrant? Was it this? Was it that? To have that much of a situation happen, it's so horrible, you guys. So please, if you will, keep their families in your thoughts and prayers, if nothing else. And if you're not a praying person, just keep them in your thoughts, please. There's too much violence, and it's got to stop. There's no need for this. All they were doing was serving a warrant. Somebody did something wrong, own up to it. That's all there is to it. All right, hold on a minute here. This is not very long, you guys, so bear with me. Here we go.
Good evening. My name is Colonel Christopher Paris. I serve as the Commissioner of the Pennsylvania State Police. I'm going to address you this evening concerning a critical incident that has rocked the community here in York County this afternoon. The incident occurred in Codorus Township, York County. I'd like to preemptively say that there are many details which at this point we are not prepared to release given the ongoing nature of the investigation. That having been said, we would like to advise the community that there is no current active threat. The situation today involved law enforcement officers who were shot. I can confirm that the shooter is dead. I can confirm that there were 5 law enforcement officers who were shot today. 3 fatally, 2 that were transported here to Wellspan in York. They are currently listed in critical but stable condition. The District Attorney of York County, who is no stranger to this community, or in collaborating with the Pennsylvania State Police, Tim Barker, I've spoken to him. The Pennsylvania State Police has been asked to convene a major case team to conduct the lead in this investigation with the assistance and in collaboration and in partnership with the York County District Attorney. I can assure you that all of the resources of the Pennsylvania State Police are being brought to bear. There is still very much an active scene at Caduras Township, York County. Later this evening, the District Attorney will have more information to release. I can tell you that the Pennsylvania State Police have taken over calls for service for the Northern York Regional Police Department, and we will continue to do so to support our partners. I can tell you that I've spoken to the special agent in charge of the FBI out of Philadelphia, our municipal partners and county partners here in York County, and we've received multiple offers of assistance from our fellow state partners to include New Jersey and York. But we have a very large investigative scene. In being here today with our law enforcement family for the second time in 2025, I'd just like to say on a very personal note, our hearts and prayers go out to them, to the families of the deceased and the families of those officers who were wounded. There are simply no words that I can offer to assuage the grief that this community has experienced and unfortunately will continue to experience. The grief will be unbearable, but we will bear it. So we stand here today united for our partners all across the law enforcement spectrum, and we will not rest until we've conducted a full, fair, competent, and thorough investigation into this matter. Lastly, I would simply ask to the community here in York County and beyond, all across Pennsylvania and all across our nation, if you could keep the families that were touched by this tragedy today in your thoughts and prayers. Please give them a solemn thought. And to the women and men who are working diligently right now to push this incident forward and the investigation forward and the aftermath that will have to be dealt with and persevered through, our hearts and prayers are with them. Thank you very much. I'll now turn it over to Governor Shapiro.
This is an absolutely tragic and devastating day for York County and for the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We grieve for the loss of life for 3 precious souls who served this county, served this Commonwealth, and served this country. We continue to pray for the full recovery of those who are dealing with their wounds. This, of course, is on the heels of just a few months ago when we lost another York County son, Officer Duarte, who again gave his life in the line of service. I had the opportunity with the Lieutenant Governor and with Senator Phillips Hill, Representative Grove, and your 3 county commissioners to spend some time with the families of those who've been impacted by this violence today. I think it's important for you to know that these families who are dealing with, they're grieving right now and they're suffering right now, took time to tell us how proud they are of their loved ones who put on a uniform to keep us safe. It's an extraordinary thing that these law enforcement families do. They support the individual who puts on the uniform and runs toward danger. They're there for them when they leave in the morning, and they pray throughout the day that they will come home at night. So I hope as this community comes together, as I know it knows how to do, and prays, that we think not just about those who wear the uniform, but those who stand behind and next to those who wear the uniform every day. These families are extraordinary, and I hope you'll join me in prayer for them. I had some time to spend with the law enforcement who are gathered here today, who ran here because they knew that their brothers in uniform were in danger, or their lives were cut short. I'll just share with you what I told them. The entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania respects them, and we have their backs. And we so appreciate the work that they do every single day when they go out to keep us safe, when they go out to protect our freedoms and our rights. This is something that sadly we only tend to share in times of tragedy. I think it is important that this Commonwealth knows that every day we appreciate those who put on the uniform and those who keep us safe. There are others here at WellSpan who wear different kind of uniforms. And I want to say thank you to the doctors, to the nurses, to the staff here at this extraordinarily wonderful healthcare institution that sadly has seen too much trauma, but thanks to their extraordinary talents and their dedication to their neighbors, they're able to help people get back up on their feet. That's what you did today for these two brave souls who put on a uniform to keep us safe. And so we appreciate those of you who don the white coat and the scrubs, those of you who support the work that they do. You truly are wonderful people, and we appreciate you very, very much. I want to let you know that Attorney General Pam Bondi reached out directly to me and shared with me that we have the full support of the federal government. I know, as Colonel Paris indicated before, he has spoken to the lead of the FBI here in this region. We so appreciate law enforcement at every level, and we, of course, appreciate our federal partners. General and I worked together when I was Attorney General here in Pennsylvania. She was the Attorney General in Florida. It meant a lot to me that she reached out to offer her support and her prayers for good people of Pennsylvania. Here's the last thing I want to say, and I'll turn it over to the Lieutenant Governor. This kind of violence isn't okay. We need to do better as a society. We need to help the people who think that picking up a gun, picking up a weapon is the answer to resolving disputes. We need to do better when it comes to mental health. We need to do better when it comes to looking out for those who are in need, so we don't have to deal with tragedies like this. We got to do better as a society. I know everybody up here believes that, and everybody up here works hard to do that every day. I just think as a community, it's time for us to work hard to heal from this and to make sure that those whose lives were lost today, that something constructive can come from that in their memory that stops this kind of violence in the future. It protects those people that put on those uniforms for us. It makes it so these trauma surgeons don't have to patch.
No, it's on every lead down, but investigation that began yesterday. So at this point, I would open it up to a few brief questions. However,
for the committee to public
state police. I know you will have every resource you need to make sure that this investigation is conducted fully and thoroughly. Whatever steps need to be taken will. May God bless York County and the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. May God bless and watch
what are we listening?
Families that are suffering right now. Lori and I join you in prayer. And I think prayer is.
This was the press conference on the shooting in Pennsylvania, real quick, just to give everybody an update as to what happened and why. And we're about done with it.
Do they say why or show pictures of who?
It was the police officers that were shot. They don't show the picture, but they were serving a warrant. That's all they were doing. And 3 police officers were shot and killed.
No,
5.
I get, yeah, we understand that, but like, see, I haven't seen any of this. Do they show a picture of who did it and why he did it?
Not on this, no.
Okay.
It was just because they served a warrant on him. He didn't want to go to jail, I guess. Is the only reason why I can guess, but I think it's kind of ridiculous. It's a little too much. So this just gives basic general aspects to it. They're still investigating him and more things on it, but I'm sure there'll be updates on it down the road.
Particularly important thing at this moment here in York County and all across Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Governor. I share your thoughts and prayers for the officers that were lost today, the officers who were injured, and every law enforcement person across this great Commonwealth. We're unfortunately here again in York County because of gun violence, the issue that brought me to public service. I want everyone to know today is not just a devastating day for this community in this region, it's a devastating day for our entire Commonwealth. My wife Blair and our entire family join in the prayers of, I believe, 13 million Pennsylvanians who are praying for the officers and their families today. You know, we ask a lot of police officers in our communities, and they always run towards danger. I think we all have a responsibility to continuously do our part to make our community safer. I know I'm going to continue to do my part, and we are consistently grateful for the commitment and the sacrifice that our law enforcement officers make. We're grateful for the healthcare professionals who run towards danger to aid folks in their time of need, and we're so grateful for the work that they've done today. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Carney from WellSpan Health, who will provide an update from the medical perspective.
So we received 2 gunshot wound victims from the scene. We immediately took them to the OR. They are both in critical but stable condition currently. Trauma centers are a resource for the community. We're here when you need us, and we enjoy the support of both the local government, state government, and our administration. Thank you.
So at this point, I would open it up to a few brief questions, however, prefacing that with the fact that the information we can provide is extremely limited. So,
did you say this was the officers involved from Northern New York?
I did not say, and that was intentionally done so. Obviously, we know who they are and who they work for. Our concern is that there are some investigative steps that we're taking right now, and at the request of the district attorney, we're withholding that information. I've spoken to District Attorney Barker. I know there are a lot of things going on right now, but at some point, I know he will brief the meeting. Sir.
The circumstances surrounding why those officers were there was they were serving a warrant for some sort of thing.
So they were there to follow up on an investigation that began yesterday. The general heading of that investigation, I would say, would be domestic related. But beyond that, the facts and circumstances, we have more information, but pending the search warrants that we're currently typing up and serving, we want to hold that information any more specificity. No, I did not. So we're going to at this point say that the 5 law enforcement officers in York County, and we're going to leave it there. And I'm going to defer to the district attorney, Tim Barker. Correct. Those numbers are correct, sir. At this point, we believe that the community is safe, but we're leaving no stone unturned, and we're going to run every lead down. But I don't have that for you. I'm not prepared to release that. Like I said, I'll defer to the district attorney. Sir.
Have we heard anything as far as weapons or what exactly happened when they were on?
No, I mean, we have, but not that I can confirm with any specificity that I would be concerned. We would have to backtrack on later. So very much processing a large scene. I will confirm that it is a large scene. Members of the PSP Forensic Services Unit are down there mapping it right now. It's still very much an active scene. It is secure, and we believe, just to reiterate, there's no threat to the community. He was shot by police. No, not this time.
Your thoughts on earlier today you were in Chester trumpeting the fact that violent crime had actually been reduced there was your day. How do you sum up your day after that? And then
well, this isn't about me or my emotions. I think this is just about a grieving community. And I wanted to be here with this community. I want law enforcement to know how much we care about them and respect them. I want this hospital team to know how much they matter in this community. And most importantly, I want these families to know that we're all grieving with them and praying for them and that they're not alone. Thank you all very much.
All right, and there's another one at the end of the show before we leave. I'll show you guys. So CJAG is saying, Eddie, it was a domestic call. Woman and her mom had called a guy that she had went on a date with, must have stalked her, and I guess they were serving a warrant on that, Eddie. That gives a little more info, and then there's another one later on.
No name or description of who did it at this point?
Not that I've seen yet.
Okay.
Well, there is right here. Hold on. This is just a news break real quick. This might actually have that answer in it, Eddie. Good point. I was looking through what I had on this, and it's a big... Yeah. It's in that other presser. Welcome, B-Man. Good to see you. Siggy and Mike, Annie Ruler.
That you said that specific information, his identity, his name,
it says he was
general description, anything, age.
This says he's ID'd. New details on the timeline. This next thing that we look at, but hopefully, you guys want to do that now, or do you want to wait till the end?
Well, might as well hit it now. We're kind of in that mode. Is there a
All right.
timestamp, or do we got to sit through that whole?
I don't have the timestamp on it. I just pulled it up because I saw what it was titled and looked at it. So I'll get to, if it's dragging, I'll find it. I can do that pretty quickly. So hang on.
Quickly right now out to York County, Pennsylvania. They're providing an update as we know the identity of the individual as the gunman who killed 3 officers, wounded 2.
Okay, Matthew James Ruth. I'm sorry. That's the name for those you don't see it, but hold on.
In Pennsylvania before he was killed was a 24-year-old named Matthew James Ruth. He was ID'd following this fatal shooting in Pennsylvania in southeastern portion of that state. Let's listen into this here on Live Now from Fox as it begins.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tim Barker. I'm the district attorney for York County. And we're here today to go ahead and speak to you about the horrific events that occurred yesterday. I don't lie to my constituents. I never will. And so I'm going to say up front, this is extremely difficult. One of the most difficult things that any of us have ever had to go ahead and be a part of and to go ahead and do. But we're here today to go ahead and give you an initial finding of fact. And again, it's an initial finding of fact as to what happened yesterday. And we can go ahead and do so because the investigation has been extremely thorough. I had requested that the Pennsylvania State Police take over the lead on this investigation, and they are doing so in conjunction with the county detectives from our office in a full and complete collaborative effort. Based upon the information we gathered that was provided for my review, which included being out at the crime scene itself for hours yesterday, being walked through various aspects at the scene, which included also a review of body-worn camera footage, a review of dash cam footage, personally having a chance to see where there were various items of ballistics, physical evidence, and unfortunately, the location of our fallen officers. Based upon this review of information, I will go ahead and deliver an initial finding of fact. This is an initial one. There are many steps that need to be completed as part of this investigation, and there are many questions that I will not answer for you at this time because the investigation is ongoing. And there will be a second briefing once all of that information comes back and is complete. Those of you who know how we operate know that is what we do. We speak when we can, but we will not go ahead and state or confirm anything that would be remotely incomplete and not decisive. So what do we have here? Well, first off, Matthew J. Ruth, he is the actor. And this is the only time I will mention his name. After this, he will only be referred to as actor. What occurred begins actually on September 16th at approximately 11:23 p.m. And we must start there because this began as an incident of domestic violence. There was a call that came in from the mother of his ex-girlfriend that the actor was spotted on her property with binoculars, looking through the residence, looking through a window. The mother of the ex-girlfriend advised that it was a white male wearing camouflage, and she could see him through a trail camera that was standing in her driveway. And while en route to the location, the mother of the ex-girlfriend advised that the male possibly came there in a black truck that was parked on Emig Road around the corner from the residence at 1879 Hare Road. Officers responded, and upon initial arrival to the property, they did not locate the male. They went to Emig Road and did observe the black 2004 Ranger pickup truck parked along the road in the woods line. It was unoccupied, and then officers went back to the residence and spoke with both the ex-girlfriend of the actor and the mother of the actor. And the ex-girlfriend of the actor had advised that on 8/20 of 2025, an unknown person set her pickup truck on fire while it sat in her driveway. She advised that at the time she suspected that it was her ex-boyfriend who was the culprit, but she wasn't sure, so she requested that the matter not be investigated further. The ex-girlfriend then showed a still photo from the trail camera, and what it showed was a white male wearing all camouflage outfit, standing behind the ex-girlfriend's truck in the driveway. And the male is looking through a scope device with it pointed towards the residence. The ex-girlfriend identified the male in the photo as the actor, and she advised that they put the trail camera up after the incident on August 20th of 2025. The ex-girlfriend confirmed that the actor was, in fact, her ex-boyfriend, and she suspected again that he was involved in the incident of setting her vehicle on fire. She stated that they had dated for only a short period of time and that the actor had never been to her house nor had ever been invited there. The ex-girlfriend also advised that the actor owned and often drove a 2000 black Ford Ranger pickup truck. And when they were reviewing the photo, the officers noticed that the actor had an AR-15 style rifle slung across his chest while looking into the residence. The officers then proceeded over the next several hours, which included assistance as well from the York County Sheriff's Department through the use of their drone, to attempt to locate the actor. They could not find him, despite searching over the next several hours. A warrant was sworn out for the actor's arrest, and the charges in that matter included stalking and loitering and prowling at night. The next morning, detectives from the Northern York County Regional Police Department attempted to go ahead and locate and execute a search warrant on the known residence of the actor. Included in executing that search were 3 detectives: Detective Sergeant Cody Becker, Detective Mark Baker, and Detective Isaiah Emenheiser. 2 other detectives also participated in this search. They arrived at the actor's residence and communicated with his family at 12:11 p.m. They left the residence, having interviewed family and having conducted search at 1:23 p.m. At 2:02 p.m., Detective Sergeant Becker, Detective Baker, Detective Emenheiser, and 2 other Northern Regional detectives arrived on scene at 1879 Hare Road, the location of the incident the previous evening. They arrived and they were searching for the actor. Also accompanying them to assist was a deputy sheriff from the York County Sheriff's Department to again assist with drone action and finding individuals through the usage of a drone. The search went on for the actor, which included various outbuildings, and the drone was being employed to also check neighboring fields. During the course of this search, detectives went to the front door of the residence. They arrived at the door at 2:08 p.m. The initial officer who went to the door was Detective Emenheiser. Right behind him was Detective Baker. Following as well was Detective Sergeant Becker and another Northern York County Regional detective. Final detective remained behind as more of a perimeter view in looking out for the actor and securing the perimeter.
Daigle.
Detective Emenheiser discovered that.
Do you think at this point it's just getting tedious? He's given us like play-by-play that's not really the content we're after here.
Right.
Dribble on about what happened next and
exactly. And there's another one that's more local and more that I wanted to show at the end, but this just gives I just wanted to give his name and his age and stuff basically. So I think we got pretty much what we need to get off of this.
I think we can determine that him and the ex-girlfriend parted ways, but it was probably entirely on her part, and he was unwilling in that, and now you know the rest. That seem right, or am I off course there? What do you think? She gave him the walking papers, in other words?
Yeah, there's a bit of an emotional niche to this, and yeah, basically. I mean, the guy was not altogether there in the head, obviously. And
they don't come out and say it, but it is a domestic, and
sure.
What he wanted to set her car on fire too? I mean, is that what they said in there?
Yeah, he set her truck on fire, 100%.
Yeah.
It was basically a domestic, is what it was, and
she kicked him to the curb.
Right, and that was that. Obviously, she needed to. Thank God that he didn't hurt any of her or her family, because that could have been the other part of the outcome. You know what I mean? So, yeah, at the end of this, if we have some time, I want to show a different version of this from last night that was a lot more emotional per se, and it was very touching. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, thank God she's okay. You know, after all.
100%, 100%. But back to where we were headed, because I don't want to lose path on that. This is a very important situation here. And I will keep up with updates on this, so on and so forth. Yeah, they left, which is amazing to me. They had the intuition to leave the house before this all went down, thank God, because it could have gotten really bad. And I mean really bad. So for safety purposes, they just left. And then here he comes, and bing, bang, boom, he meets the police and so on and so forth. And it was just bad. Very bad. Very sad, too. Very sad. So keep these officers and their families in your thoughts, please, folks, and your prayers if you're that person. This stuff can't happen. It's part of the job. I understand it, but it's so horrible. It is so horrible, because think about these officers who had children who don't understand. Okay, and you know, and they go to work thinking they're going to come home. My wife used to be petrified of me going to work. Well, what if you don't make it back? You know, things like that. Granted, that's part of the job. I get it. It didn't have to be this way in this situation. This is why I preach about mental health issues and facilities needing to be opened back up and stuff like this. There is a lot of this out here that could have been prohibited, or not prohibited, but stopped before it happened because of those issues per se. The guy that did this is obviously not mentally strong enough and needed some kind of help and couldn't get it because it wasn't off. Well, I don't know the answer to that to that statement there itself. Could he get it? Couldn't he get it? Whatever it is, but it needed to be noticed and dealt with before something like this happened, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. So, your job should never cost you your life. No, absolutely. Granted, there's hazard in many, many jobs. My wife has hazard in what she does, but being a firefighter, medic, or police officer, anything like that, there's a lot of hazards with that, especially police officer. Okay, it's part of the job, but it shouldn't be something that like this should happen. Never ever. Sorry.
Sometimes it's not mental health. Sometimes it's just, you know, a crazy who has outkicked his coverage, and she finally realizes it. She's
Well, it could be. I mean, you got to have some in my opinion, Eddie, a
screw loose to begin
with.
with.
There's something not right to you be able to be strong enough to shoot somebody. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you're not defending your own self against, you know, if it was a bad person coming at you, that's different. But these are the police. You shooting the police, there's something not quite right there, is all I'm saying. So, it's okay, Devil Woman. No worries. And welcome back. So, moving on, the statement that I was going to make, my wife finally had sent me the message back. She's the one that brought this to me the other day, and I thought it was really interesting because getting into the Charlie Kirk situation, you know that there's a governmental aspect to this, as always. Scotty, good to see you, brother. And WB, welcome to you. We've been talking a lot recently about the left and the right stuff, and all how it's the t-shirts I'm going to be putting in my shop that says power versus the people. That's what it is nowadays. That's where we're at with the government, and how the left and the right issues are brought on by other things, so on and so forth. Well, I told you there was a statement that was made by one of our presidents a long time ago that called it for what it is. And he said that the separation of they do not need to create separate parties in our government, and that the separation of parties would be this country's demise. Party of five, welcome, good to see you. And which is facts, folks. This is what has happened, right? Take a guess who that person was, which president that was, and what he was per se. Okay? George Washington, the first president of this country, okay, was an independent, mind you, and made that statement way back then. And here we are today. And I just thought that was really amazing and interesting that this was called when this started. Okay. Pretty crazy to me. Pretty crazy and very interesting, just so you guys know. So, onward we go. Eddie, where do you want to start this off at with your side of things on this and what you're feeling about this situation?
Well, I came across that drone aspect.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone has heard or seen anything about it. I don't know if you have good footage of it. I don't know.
I have what you. I can run what you sent me, and I do have another video
stamp. So we don't. So what we're looking at, if Dago pulls that one up and we watch that one, it'll be another YouTube creator who it's not his own footage. He's reacting to footage that apparently is out there. So we can check it out and see what our thoughts are.
Yes, this came from the Love Travel channel.
Yeah, yep.
I love that background. That's wild looking. But yeah, and
so at 1:45, 2 minutes, somewhere in there, I think is where we can pick it up at. It's not that long of a video to begin with. I mean, we can play it until we decide we've seen what we're after.
Gotcha.
But
well, I'll start out here
a little bit before 2 minutes there.
Okay, let's check it out.
That have done the ballistics test that say it came from 143 yards away, blah, blah, blah. There are people that are saying that. But you see enough videos everywhere else with people in the crowd, and then you see Navy SEAL, former Navy SEAL snipers saying, there's no way. There's no way. This was a professional hit. There's no way. And then, watch this. Because I mentioned this on my stream, I want to say 2 days ago. Let me put this up. I'm going to put it on full screen for you. This was actually happening. Let me make sure we play it. This was actually happening during the whole event, because I even said on the stream, I said, let me put myself back up just for a second. I even said on the stream, I said, why weren't there drones? You have tons and tons and tons of airspace right there. A drone doesn't take any time to get in the air. You've already had a guy on the roof that the faculty has caught, that they notified the local police about. Watch this. Watch this. And I saw this clip yesterday. I don't think I did a stream yesterday. Watch this. This is just absolutely crazy. When you realize that there was a drone in the air.
Apparently there's been a shooting.
This is Caden Pody on Twitter, X. See that drone right there? Instagram as well.
Apparently there's been a shooting.
And Charlie's tent is right here. And that was flying. That was absolutely flying. Let me get back to here. That was absolutely flying at the same time that Charlie was on stage. Absolutely flying at the same time before Charlie came out. So they would have seen what's on the roof. They would have seen Charlie's location. they'd have seen all that. And then, like I said, I told you guys, and I didn't pull it up for this. You can find it online very easily.
When we did watch a little bit of that the other day when we were talking about this situation and how fast it was moving and all that we discussed. Thank you, Eddie, for that. Is there any more on this that you wanted to hear, or did you get?
That's up to you. I mean, he goes kind of through some of the other, red flags.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Good stuff.
Well.
Thank you, Pizzy. I'll grab it, and thank you, Eddie, for that.
There's footage of a guy pulling down a camera that was right behind Charlie, facing the crowd, probably a wide lens like we have for our house facing out to the front and backyards. And they were pulling that down. And there was still people on the floor cleaning up. It gets crazier. And I'm not a theorist that starts with a con and a spiry. I'm not one of those. I look at the facts because I've been lied to so much, including in the military. Looked in the eyes and lied to. I don't believe anything anymore till I put my eyeballs and listen to what I'm hearing, put my eyeballs on what I see as the facts. No different than you telling me that you needed to take that poke or else you're going to drop dead in 2 years, or 6 months. Didn't care. Nothing made it like. I'm very big on patterns, and so is Hurricane. She's very, very pattern oriented. So is Chewy. If there's a disruption on patterns, it's like a glaring. And during that pandemic, within almost a week in Charlotte, because that's where I was living at the time, with almost a week of the news being announced, there was billboards going up, stay 6 feet away from each other, muzzle up, all that stuff. I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. I know a little bit about putting billboards up. There's no way. They were ready to go. They had all the print work ready to go. Boom. And then I remembered during the Gulf War, we were all stood in line as a flight crew while we were in Saudi Arabia. We'd already landed. We'd already gotten feet dry in Saudi Arabia, waiting to cross over to Kuwait. We were there for I was there for 4 months before the war kicked off. The war. It was a fist fight with the drunk guy. That's all it was. Took 6 hours? We were there. I got there in August, and I flew out in December, flew back to the house, and then came back in January, and that's when everything kicked off.
There you go.
We were one of the last couple planes Schwarzkopf released for Christmas before they kicked everything off. And when we first got into Riyadh on the AWACS, I was on that big radar dome weapons plane because I was a weapons officer.
There you go. Can you hear me?
They stood us in line downstairs and they said, we're going to give you this because we're expecting them to use chemical weapons and you need to take this poke under threat of courts-martial. If you didn't do it, you're going to be held accountable by the UCMJ. And I'm standing there in line. And again, I was still drinking all the Kool-Aid, man. I was so knee deep into America, red, white, and blue, and military, and blah, blah, blah. I didn't see the military-industrial complex for what it was. I didn't see it. And that military-industrial complex traces all the way back to all these wars.
There you go.
Nah, sorry, buddy. I don't know why I couldn't hear you, but go ahead.
Sometimes he can distract himself and take a left turn, and I forgot that.
Okay.
I don't know if that's, he's taking a bit of a left turn. He gets back on track. He talks about how they're cleaning up the site so quickly. They're pouring new concrete over in there. What places at that university that could be potential evidence. It's like they just, they took the mop and they just swept everything up real quick, and that's unusual. He covers that. He covers, like in the backpack, how the weapon, there'd be no way that the weapon would fit in there. And he's talking about those types of things, but he does kind of.
They're all good points too about this, because in a situation like this, somebody lost their life. This just wasn't an attempt like what happened with Trump. Okay, they. Thank God, they didn't take his life, but they nicked him. They tried to. I think the goal was to take him out, period. And can you imagine what would have happened? But they investigated that the way they did. This, for whatever reason, seems to be very quickly, it's gone. Like I mean, out here it's not disappeared, but if we didn't have social media, can you imagine how fast this would disappear? Why are you doing that? Why is it why is it being quieted down and swept away so fast? That's a question I have. Is it because of there's a lot to talk about with it right now too. Is it because of the questions that we all have with this? Okay. I'm just saying. Matt, welcome, Mr. Girl. Good to see you. Do you want me to skip over some stuff and jump back up here with him, or do you just want to move forward?
We can move on, I think. I mean, it's probably just.
I'm sure it's stuff we're all going to touch on anyway. So
yeah, I think so. It'd be hard to know when to pick up again, but it brings up good points, and probably most of the points we've already, everyone's aware of and is currently discussing.
Well, and it's interesting because this guy, the name of his channel is Love's Travel Channel, okay? But it looks like he sidesteps what his content normally would be. That's how serious this is to the world, folks, okay? This is a big issue to me.
Yeah, you're right. He covers kind of current events. He's a truck driver.
Yeah. I've seen a couple of his things before.
Yeah. Yeah, he does a good job. He's kind of enjoyable to listen to.
Right.
Seems to have a grasp of, current events and how to interpret stuff in our world.
Oh, no. And that's being a truck driver and traveling the country is a good way to see stuff like that. You know what I mean? So moving forward with this, if you don't mind, unless you had something else you wanted to add.
That's it. The drones. I hadn't heard that component of this. I've heard all the other aspects, and then now this. And he always says, don't take my word for it. Do your own research, check it out. The answers are out there. Never, take what I'm saying as gospel, pretend I don't know what I'm talking about, and find out for yourself.
Right. 100%. That's the best way to look at it too. 1 second here. Because we touched on it a little bit a couple days ago while we were talking about it. Give me 1 second. They're saying again that this was preventable. And there's also another channel that put something out saying could an anti-sniper and anti-drone tech have saved Charlie? These things are very interesting to me. Okay, let me show you something. This is I believe footage. Unless there's more than one, I think this is the footage from the drone. Hold on. All right, now this shows. Oops, sorry, you guys. Anyway, this is the footage from the drone. Sorry, I muted myself for some reason. And at least a drone. I don't know if there was more than one or not, but it shows, if we start here again, it shows everything. This thing was flying all around here, I'm guessing, from what I'm telling it, or what I'm seeing here, okay? Could this have prevented Charlie being shot? I think it could have if they have, security doing this. And they're watching this as security's, there. Could they have stopped this? This is how this answers another question too, is how he got on the roof. Well, there's like a stairwell and a metal ladder type scenario that lets you climb right up on there. It's no big deal, which that should have been blocked off, in my opinion. There should have been security on rooftops, in my opinion. There's not. Why are we lacking with security here? Why were there 6 police officers? 6. There's a problem with this, okay? This did not need to happen. So the drone is flying over all this and can see this is where he was, right here. It obviously showed him. So if that drone, somebody's watching the whatever you call them things that you fly them on, you're watching this as you're flying around. Holy shit, there's somebody on the roof with a gun. Take him down now. Okay? Protecting Charlie. It had never happened. That's all they had to do. And it didn't happen. I have questions about that because it's not that hard to use drone technology for security purposes.
See, that even raises more questions that I have.
Mm-hmm. Like I said,
how did he get up? How do you not notice with all these people there, not notice any suspicious person carrying or with a rifle in their pants leg, climbing up to a ceiling or roof?
Right.
Was there access to the roof going inside the building? So if he's walking inside the building up,
no, it was right here. Right here. I'll show you again. Here's the access to that roof. It shows it. 1 second. Or is it up here further? I'm sorry. This is replaying again because it's TikTok.
And somebody flying the drone.
Right there.
That's raises a lot of questions.
It does. See that little like metal like ladder type thing in that stairwell there, hemisphere? That's how he got up there. And it's right there. They should have either blocked that off, taken that down, or once again, this is a very large if you look, this was packed, folks. Okay? This was packed. So when you have this many people in anywhere, I don't care, you know, other than like a baseball game or a football game, to me, it seems like they have more security at a damn football or baseball game than they had here. I mean, for the ones I've been to, they do. There's police everywhere and security guards everywhere. They did not have that for this, and I don't understand this, okay?
Even with the attempt on Trump, we got several hours before that event even started a suspicious person walking around the scene. So
and
we
he
didn't
wasn't.
get this here.
He hadn't been.
It's just mind-boggling to me because you have a lot of people there.
Well, that's the point. That's the point right there. And if he wasn't elected when that happened, right? He hadn't been elected yet. So yeah, Butler happened before he was elected again, didn't it? Or was it after?
Let me look.
I can't remember. Okay, because the reason why I'm asking that is because
I think before. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Before.
because if he would have been acting president at that time, Jesus Christ, the security would have been insane. There would have been shooters on rooftops, okay? There would have been snipers, everything, but they don't have it because he was not actual president at that time or somebody of that stature. It shouldn't matter at this point. When you have a large gathering in a political system, which is what this is, whatever the situation is, that should be massive coverage. Secret Service, anything that engages a political standard, okay, should have Secret Service, law enforcement, security, all of that shit should be there, period. And it would have been prevented. And we see how easy watching this video, this could have been stopped.
I'm totally ignorant when it comes to drones. I know they're very, very complex.
Not all of them, but yeah.
But can you put live rounds in drones?
There are drones that the military owns that do have, yeah, they can. Actually, to be honest with you, there's drones that have dropped bombs. They carry bombs, okay? So there's people that sit and do this all the time. That's what they do.
Yeah, they have that big old huge plane they use for recon.
They have that too, yeah. And then they have smaller ones that they have. When I was looking up all the drones in Jersey and stuff, I was looking through different types of drones and shit. There's a lot. Military has a whole thing full of them. But
right.
That showed where we'll just say the shooter, because is it him or is it not him? We don't know yet for sure. But, you know, we're going to say that it is for now because that's what we're supposed to do.
Did somebody say that this was like a last minute plan that he had, that he was going to do this, or was this something that he already?
It said he had planned it out.
weeks in advance.
I think it was like a week or so that he had used to plan this out, talked about it, and then planned it out per se in that aspect, I think.
And from my understanding, his roommate, he was talking to his roommate about it.
That's how it's been told to us so far. And there was text messages between him and his roommate that I showed the other day. There's a Discord. There's a whole Discord about multiple things about it. Mark Schumann, good to see you. And the drones, I think, are a must at this point now. Okay, because they can move so fast and get in places that people don't normally get to.
I mean, as far as we know, he could be sitting up there controlling that drone and popping off fire, with rounds.
I don't think that's the case. I think the drone belonged to somebody different. But the point I'm bringing with the drones is that it could prevent this. It could have prevented this if they were in law enforcement's hands and there was enough people.
And also, I'd like to know if he had any previous training with a firearm from that distance.
As far as that distance, I have no clue, but I know that the weapon was given to him as a gift, I think, from his grandfather, I think. And
I mean, to sit on top of for that, they said this is what?
There's no military training. There's no military sniper training or anything like that. No.
So this, I don't know, man. It don't seem like the way it all happened and how it happened. This was a professional hit. This was not from an amateur.
Well, if this was 175,
well, we saw that with Trump because if Trump didn't move when he did at the time when he moved, we would have lost Trump.
That was a huge. That was real lucky. I'll just put it that way because it's a slight movement, and that would have taken him out. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, but this was very, very precise and calculated. That's the reason why I'm thinking that had to be a little bit of training that he had to go through for that.
Here's the thing with this, though. I don't think it was meant to do this. I think he was going for the head. That's my opinion. And it just so happened that it hit him in a point that took him out as well. But that's my opinion. I'm not, I don't know for a fact, but that's what my thought is that he was actually going for the head and was off by a bit. Maybe it's because he didn't know what he was doing completely. The scope was off, whatever it was.
And I'm saying that because I'm just looking at it objectively, just kind of seeing that he was up underneath the tent, sitting down.
Mm-hmm.
And for you to be on top of the roof with a scope rifle, that has to take some form of training to do that.
Well, I mean,
not everybody can do that.
I think the training he had was with his dad or his grandfather, maybe hunting, and that was it. That's all I think he had. I think it was luck. Those scopes are good, by the way. Don't get me wrong. Those scopes will put you right on top of somebody and make it look like they're sitting right in front of you. Okay. And the distance, though, if you're a sniper, like military trained sniper or something like that, there's breathing techniques and things like that are taught to help you be on point. I don't think he had that. That's why I think he was going for the head and he was off by that much and he hit him in his neck instead, which was still unfortunately a kill shot. Okay.
I mean, I watch these military videos about snipers, and they always try to calculate for the wind and all that too.
Okay, so
they have a spotter with them, but
Good Trouble said there was a lot of skeet and target shooting, so I guess that would give you some training. Okay, not like military would train, but yeah, still give you some decent training. Now, I don't know if his grandfather or his father were military and they had some kind of training to teach him the breathing techniques when you do certain things. That could have helped too. So that's a good point. And he was a gamer, and guys, they teach. I know, believe it or not, people are going to be like, shut up, Dago. It's a video game. It doesn't matter. There are simulation games out there that teach you things like this, and it's pretty close to the real thing in some aspects, okay? It's crazy. Yes, it is crazy. I do agree. Yeah, and that was the thing too. Siggy's right. Is he moved at some point where I think he leaned forward, and then as soon as he leaned back, I think that is what happened. Is that it just set it up for that specific position, and boom. So it's wild to me. It's very wild to me. I don't know. I don't know. And the biggest question for me here, with truly to be honest with you, is the guy that they have in custody the one that did this? Because there's so many questions attached to this now, and I mean so many. There's so many.
There's also whispers that there's others involved in that too.
Well,
which,
there's a lot of that. Yeah, a lot of it. There's people. They're saying that there's people that they think were involved that were there. There's people that they think that were involved via that Discord. There's people that are talking about they believe that his partner may have been the one that put him up to this because of the trans aspect to this or something. Like, I've read so many different things on this. I don't know what is true, what is false. I do know that I have issues with things that I've seen. Somebody that I kind of follow pretty strongly has really been questioning this, and I'll show you if you guys aren't familiar with who she is. Candace Owens. She's got a lot of strong beliefs on different things, and she's very good at what she does, in my opinion, in some aspects. She is very blatant with this episode of what she was talking about here, and says, who ordered the hit on Charlie? We've never been told by any news or anything that somebody ordered this on him, but...
Well, let's be real with ourselves. Do you think they're going to say that?
Of course not. That's what I was going to say next, but they're not going to tell us that. But
the local media, the media has put out a video of, I don't know, maybe about a couple of years ago at the same debate of the same guy that's having a debate with him, and he says something to him, he didn't like it, and it's kind of portraying him that this was his way to get back at him or get rid of him for some reason. But me and my uncle was talking about that yesterday, and he said that they shot that down. That this was a spur of the moment, last minute decision for him to do that. I don't know if that's to be true or not, but
right, I got you. And I know there's people that don't care for her, but what she says here is interesting. I don't agree with anything. I don't agree with everything everybody says. I don't agree with everything she says. But there's some good points to this that make this interesting to me. In some aspects, I'll say that much.
We got to think too, Dago. I'm just thinking. I mean, if you're going out there and you're putting out these debates in our country and the way the world is today and how people are living their lives today, you can see that some of the issues that he was talking about, some folks can take that the wrong way. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, and which is with anything. Agreed.
Yeah. The world we're living in today is ass backwards. It really is.
And upside down. Yes, I agree.
So
absolutely. So I'm going to play a little bit of this, certain parts of this, and point out what she's talking about, and take it in a different way, or a different direction with that too. So just bear with me. I'm not going to play this whole thing by any means.
All right, you guys, let's actually start today's episode with a game. I mean, the feds like to play games. Let's play a game. And this is one that everybody can join in on, okay? It doesn't matter how old or young you are. I want you to grab your cell phone, and I want you to go to your text messages and search for certain terms, okay, that you just use when you speak to your friends. Terms that were just casually tossed into a conversation, the alleged conversation held between the 22-year-old alleged killer of Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, and his 22-year-old boyfriend, Lance Twiggs, okay? The first term I want you to search is retrieve. Yeah, let's look it up. When is the last time that you used the word retrieve between you and a friend? Retrieve. I'm going to retrieve something. I played this game with my entire staff, and I was able to find, since dating back for the last 3 years, 2 messages where someone used that term. The first person was somebody that was former military, and the second person was a cop. Makes sense. Okay, we're not done playing this game. Second term that I want you to look for in your phone is vehicle. Vehicle. I mean, what pops up for you? Is that something that you say? I'm just going to go outside to my vehicle. I left something in my vehicle. I'll be right back. I just parked. I parked my vehicle outside. I don't remember where I parked my vehicle. What's popping up for you? Oh, probably literally nothing. Maybe something related to the DMV. That's what came up for me. Things about the DMV. I think for Skylar, something came up for his car wash. Your vehicle is ready. Sounds pretty professional. I don't know what to tell you guys, though, because what they're telling us is that that is just the way the 22-year-olds are speaking these days. Apparently, they just shoot the breeze with one another, and they say vehicle and retrieve. And if you don't believe me, then good. You shouldn't believe that. You shouldn't believe me when I say that. So welcome back to Candace. I want to hyper-focus on those. I want to actually hyper-focus on what exactly is wrong with these text messages between Lance and Tyler. Now, first and foremost, the obvious thing, there's no timestamps. Right away, major red flag. Very easy to say he sent the first message at this time. It's a part of your investigation, right? Everybody is on edge globally wanting to know what happened, and they just remove that. But don't worry, you guys, because like I told you, one of the things that me and Charlie always believed in was that we could work harder. And I got to tell you, these devils are working pretty hard, but we can work harder than them. Okay. And I decided to go back and, on the basis of what Tyler Robinson allegedly writes to his lover, I decided I could work them into the timeline. I could work out an approximate timeline, at least, for us to look at visually for when they had to have been sent on the basis of what he's saying, right? Because he says certain things that were not revealed to the public at a certain time. So we're going to do that. I also want to point out the fact that the language, which many people said online, somebody actually left a very funny comment. It's like borderline poetic. He's got commas in there. It's like perfect English. And that's actually a striking contrast compared to what's inscribed on the casings, right? He goes through all of these memes that he's written, and I'm not hip to the lingo. Okay, you got to be real deep internet and hip, but for whatever reason, when he's writing these messages, he's very proper, extremely proper, right? What really wants to make sure he gets the punctuation correct. Anyways, let's just dive right back into the timeline. Let's dive right back into this conversation. And we're at first going to focus on the third message. And don't forget, just to lead up into this, they are telling us that at no time that we're allowed to know on September 10th, after Charlie Kirk was shot, the roommate, that's Lance, received a text message from Robinson, which said, "Drop what you are doing, look under my keyboard." And so Lance, I don't know what he does all day, but he can do that. He knows he's home. And Lance then runs. I'm saying he ran, prances, who knows, and looks, and he sees this note. And to be clear, we're never going to be able to see that note because the feds have since told us that the note was destroyed. But even though he destroyed the note, he took a picture of it. Yeah, that makes sense, because if you're going to destroy something, the best thing to do is to take a picture of it. And the feds saw the picture, but we're not going to be able to see either. Anyways, don't think about it if you want it to make sense. Then we find out that Lance, I guess, decided to take a picture and then text Tyler back. And here is where he asks him, Lance says, "Tyler, what? You're joking, right?" This, the note said, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it." So Lance is like, "What? You're joking." And Robinson says to him, Tyler says, "I'm still okay, my love, but I am stuck in Orem." That's the town, okay, that UVU is at, "for a little while longer yet." So poetic. A little while longer yet. I'm going to look that up on my phone later. "It shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. Now, I want to jump to this next message because it gives us a timeline. He says to him, I assume right away, Lance says, you weren't the one who did it, right? And Robinson says, I am. I'm sorry. And the roommate says, I thought they caught the person. Okay. And Robinson responds, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Okay, so that lets us actually be able to drop that into the timeline pretty simply. Why? Because we know, and we can pull up this timeline, that they at first thought it was George Zinn, so that's who he's referencing, some crazy old dude. And on the timeline, Skylar, if you want to pull that up so we can go through it, what time Charlie gets shot at 12:23 p.m. Scroll down a bit. George Zinn, we learn about 30 minutes after that, George Zinn, the decoy boy, that's when it's announced that he's a suspect in custody by the Utah police. But it's not until, by the way, 5:30 p.m., because he mentions that second suspect, and he curiously says in that correspondence that he's wearing similar clothing, which I find to be strange. We don't know what that second suspect is wearing until 5:30 p.m., when Governor Cox, 12 minutes into a press conference, the press conference began at 5:30 p.m., mentions that the second suspect, who is a person of interest, is wearing all dark clothing. So the earliest that message could have been sent out is after 5:30 p.m. I think it's unlikely because I think, again, this is all made up, these messages, because he says wearing similar clothing. Okay, he tells us dark clothing. What's similar about that? This guy allegedly, when he did this, was wearing black jeans. Dark jeans and a black shirt. So that's like everyone on campus, okay? Nobody in the press conference says, we picked him up because he was wearing something similar to the shooter. So that language right there is actually a mistake from the feds. But again, it allows us to be able to plot it into the timeline. So that's good. Okay. Timeline is back up here. And we then know Kash Patel tweets that the subject in custody has been released. Our investigation continues. That was a mistake. The guy in the darker clothing, we don't know who that is. And then it's after, again, like I said, that these correspondences then had to take place. So we're talking about late in the evening, okay, 6 hours on. I'm wondering what it is that Tyler Robinson is doing throughout this entire time. Skylar, you can keep this up because I want to keep scrolling, okay? What he's doing throughout this entire time, because that's a very long time for him to be just around campus. But then luckily, he's going to let us know what he's doing, right? He's going to jump right in here and he's telling us that he's close to the scene. We know in this conversation that he then says to Lance that he's looking to get that rifle, right? He says, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring it back. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's actually go earlier. He then tells us his alibi, which is amazing, right? He's saying, I'm lingering around there. I'm trying to get the vehicle. And then, of course, as you always do when you're trying to clean up things, you then spell out your alibi, right?
Now, I'm going to tell you exactly why I doubt this now. Okay? Before she even goes any further, I'm going to tell you why I doubt these messages and what I think of this. He's 22, which means he's of the computer age, the social media age, all that, and knows that anything you put out is able to be received, to be able to be gotten. Whether it doesn't matter who. Taking somebody's life like this, especially somebody in the political view, they're going to go after, and they're going to be able to find anything you said or did. And then making the statement that I want to take this to my grave is the dumbest statement to go along with any of this, knowing they're going to find who you are. He knew that they were going to find him based on this stuff. If you didn't want anybody to know who you were, you'd have never done this. You'd have never done any of the things he did, the Discord, the text, none of this stuff, none of it would have ever been put out there. He did what he did and disappeared. End of story. That's my opinion, of course, but
right. So, with that said, and if you can't believe a portion of this, then you have to discard the whole thing.
Oh, in some aspect, yeah. I know what you're saying now. Yeah. Absolutely. To some I guess yeah. I guess I gotta say yeah. Because you can't.
I mean, either you believe one lone wackadoodle did this he pulled this off all by himself, and he's doing all these writings and this, or
yeah,
it's a big conspiracy.
In that side of it, yes, agreed.
I mean, you pick. I'm not gonna.
You're right. You're right. I mean, I'm trying to figure out.
And when I say you, I don't mean you.
I mean everybody. Yeah, he means everybody. Good to see you, Mr. Girl. Thank you for being here.
You decide for yourself.
I have to question this. Okay, think about what I just said. The kid's not stupid, or is he? Okay, you got to look at it that way. Is he dumb or not? Or is he doing what he's supposed to be doing? Is he a patsy? And if he is, he's a willing patsy, because he's basically bragging about everything. He hasn't spoke to anybody. He's denying this now, still saying that there was a doppelganger that did this, from my understanding, and that was trying to get him in trouble. But you're doing what you wrote right here. It doesn't take common sense to know that if you put anything out about this, that it's going to be found in red. So at that point, you got to call it what it is, folks. It's either real or not.
I mean, let's line up all of the red flags. I mean, we haven't even talked. We have in the past, but not today. We haven't discussed the two different faces. His facial features don't match up to the photos.
It's crazy to me how you got a guilty conscience all of a sudden. Now it's all over with. You know, you go talk to your uncle, your dad, or whoever you confessed to that you did it.
Right.
And they turned your ass in. I don't know, man. That don't make sense to me. Somebody had to put some form of guilty conscience in you to do something like that.
Well,
especially if you're all in Discord writing an essay about
it. Is it because his partner's upset about it that all of a sudden the conscience changes, or is it truly that he's upset about what he did and thought he could handle this, and when he agreed to do it, and now he feels it and says no? If that made any sense. Good morning, end of the line.
I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about it from an angle of premeditation. Okay.
Well, so it had to have been
some form of premeditation in this.
There had to be some premeditation, Hemisphere. You know that. Scott.
Right. So nobody don't just never wake up one morning and say, you know what? I think Kirk is in town. I'm gonna go shoot him.
Right. He knew about it for a while. He wrote a note. Devil Woman's got a good point. How did the case put itself together so neatly with the ribbon like it did? That's a good point. Thank you for pointing that out. And Scott could be right too. That he's just dumb and very he's very easily manipulated. And young, which is possible too. Think about how you thought and how you were at 22. I was very naive and easy to be manipulated. We don't learn most of what we learn in our lives until we live our lives. You know what I mean?
Which that's what I said earlier about he must have had some form of interaction with Kirk before, long time ago, and Kirk said something to him because he's wide open. He speaks his mind. It's what he does. So you had to say something to him to kind of ruffled his feathers a little bit, enough for him to think about killing his ass. I hate to say that. I'm sorry, but
no, it's fine. You say what you got to say.
I mean, I don't mean to cuss. I'm
no. We'd all do it.
I mean, it's just it's just I don't know.
Dunn one says something too that's kind of interesting. Use the BK logic. He admitted to his parents, and his parents turned him in. Don't you have to believe him? To some aspect, sure. But did he plan this and do this on his own? Is what I struggle with. Okay. That's what I struggle with.
I'm struggling with the guilty conscience. Because you didn't have a guilty conscience when you pulled the trigger.
Well,
so where did guilty conscience come into play now? You got to go and confess to your parents that you did this. Oh, by the way, I didn't do it now. Then I'm caught. I didn't do it.
Maybe when he did it, he wasn't planning on it killing him. Maybe just maiming him. Do you know what I mean? That could be a part of it too.
Yeah.
We don't know. That's the problem.
I mean, we all know about accidents. Sometimes accidents happen. You know, people play with guns and the gun pops off and accidentally kills somebody. But this is not what this is.
No. This was not an accident.
Well, that's not what this is at all. So that's the reason why I have questions like that.
Well, I respect it. Why run? Just turn yourself in. If you left a book explaining that you did it, why run at all? That's a great question, Devil Woman. Truly, what was the point? What was the point? You know, he left all this stuff behind that told the story. Did he truly not believe he was going to get caught? Because that's just stupid if that was the truth. But he is young and naive and impressionable and manipulated easily and things like that. So I don't know. That's a great question. Why didn't you just stay there and then take it, hop down off the roof, put your hands up and say, here I am? Because that's what it looked like he was working towards. But he wrapped it up, hid it in a bush, took off, and left this whole story for his partner. I don't know. It's so weird. That's what happens when these kids spew on social crimes. Yes, that's a good point, Critical. It's a good point. Noni says she saw a show this morning where they were showing the ears don't match between the pic released from the stairwell to well, I think we've come to a point where we realize that they very stupidly, in my opinion, are using AI photography or AI, whatever you call it, and they're putting out photographs of this guy based on an AI photograph. That's a problem because we looked at these pictures and they're two different people. That's not. You should not. I bitched about this the other day and went off about it. You don't use AI when you're looking for somebody that committed a crime like this. Period. That's a problem to me. I'm sorry. Use the real photograph or don't put it out at all. That's my dog. He's outside barking because my wife went inside and he's going nuts. Sorry. But yeah, that's a big problem. Big problem.
Hey, Dago, did Saturday docs come out? I'm not saying the subject.
Let me look.
Truth in, I saw something about truth in transparency.
Lana?
That's something about.
No, she was talking about another document. I'm looking to make sure there's no document released. It is Friday. Hold on. I've been checking on and off. Hang on a minute. Whoa, slow down there.
I know we all been wanting to hear what he has to say.
Yep. Nothing new. I'll put it up for you guys to see yourselves. There's nothing new except for those two new ones that dropped on the 9th and the 10th. I guess we're not going to get them this week. Maybe we'll get them Tuesday. Okay, so we do have another. I was dropped another video in regards to this about another person that they're saying it looks really super suspicious. So I guess we'll get to that. I think Candace has said most of what I was talking about on this, as far as what I wanted you guys to see. So, and the question truly does exist. Who, if anybody, was the one that, if this was an ordered situation, who was it? Now, guys, I'm hearing all sorts of things. I'm hearing that Candace did a video the other day where she's talking about, I can never say his name, but the guy over in Israel is lying. And I think there's people that believe that he's responsible for this. I don't know. I don't know for sure. Nobody does at this point yet. There's a couple different things with this. So this here is sorry guys, hold on 1 second here. Heavy Duty Country. I've never heard of this channel, but I'm gonna put the link in here because he's the one that put this out and did the work. So let's check this out and see what he's talking about here, because it's something obviously I didn't see on myself. There is the link for it, and please make sure you show some appreciation for what he did. If you could, hit the like button at the very least. And let's see what he's saying.
Are a couple of videos that have came out that just kind of have my mind boggled. I'm not really sure what to think of them. The biggest one that I have seen so far is the camera directly behind Charlie Kirk. Where is the footage of that, and why was the video messed with so quickly? In this video, you can see the guy going and turning it off or doing something with the camera, and at that point, that's evidence. That's something that can be used as far as figuring out where the shooter was. Can you see him up on the building? Was it actually not up on the building? Was it actually to the side? And that's kind of where we go into the other security cameras. There are security cameras all over the place on this university. A lot of people have said there aren't, but in this video, you can clearly see angles where the shooter maybe moved or jumped off the building. From this video, the first question that I have is, how did he get onto the building? Most buildings are not designed in a way to where somebody can just jump on a building. In fact, the way this guy got off of the building, he had to jump off. So is there a ladder involved? I mean, what else can people think? Some people are saying maybe he accessed a maintenance door, but remember, this is just some kid or some kid that was potentially a decoy or just a part of the operation. But I do not believe this is the shooter. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. There are a lot of people out there who have just taken what the FBI has put out as the truth. There is so much more information that they can release, but the process that they've had forever now is release as little as possible, only what the public really needs to see. The problem with that theory is everybody on the internet is now questioning what's going on. You go on X and there is so much information. So the shooting happens and there is a guy by the name of George Zinn who automatically admits to being the shooter, okay? So the cops sit there and arrest him. And after they figured out he was not the shooter, he was let go and then is arrested again for sexual exploitation of a minor. Remember, this guy was also a witness to 9/11.
They said there's a plane that's headed towards one of the towers in New York City. And we're just glued. Everybody in the lobby is just going, wow, this is piloted error. What's going on here? You know, it was very confusing. And we see that plane go in and we just think, wow, you know, and then I think it was about a 9/12 or something like that, that second plane hit that tower immediately.
And he was all.
That's probably the biggest problem, Devil Woman, is that we've been lied to so many times now. It's very hard for us to believe most anything at this point. We always have to look deeper into it to try to make sure what's fact is fact. At this point, you know, I got to say that's just what it is. So
I'm right along with you because I got a lot of doubt in my mind about exactly how. one person can pull this off, and this university has got cameras all over the place.
Right. That's an issue. And it was up to the campus to provide security and everything for the rooftops, from my understanding. And they just didn't.
As far as we know, made it sound like that's where he was, the shots was coming from, is from that same dang building he jumped off of. But who's to say it happened at a different building and he just jumped down on that one? So we don't know all this.
Right. Critical just made a really good point and a great statement. If you're still asking why or how, you're behind. The question is now what? Good point. Actually, really good point. There's a lot of questions with this, period. There shouldn't be any questions with this. The fact is, somebody assassinated Charlie Kirk, and they have him. That should be all we're talking about. That should be all we talk about, look at, and think about with this. Nothing more behind that, but we can't. Because it never makes any sense. Just like Idaho, it never made any sense. So we have to question it. Just
let me step in and check you on that, because
please do.
They have the person that the ones who are in control of the narrative are saying that did it.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know what I meant by it, I thought, but yes, that's true. That's very true.
I mean, so the next step is, are we going to believe what they're putting out, or is this something else? A lot of people don't want to see what this really could be.
There's a fear behind
this. This is a conspiracy. This is an assassination.
Yeah.
And was he on top of that roof? It's possible. Did he have that weapon on that roof? It's unlikely. He didn't have it in that bag when he jumped off. What a lot of people are not going to want to see is that this is a terroristic tactic to intimidate and discourage the voices of the opposing side.
Because it brings fear with it. Yes, you are correct.
And I'm going to piggyback on what he just said. When he jumped off that roof, he looked like he had a backpack in his hand, but didn't see any form of gun. But you're going to say that you found the gun in a wooded area.
When he took off running from when he jumps down, I think they'll show the video again. If he had that gun in his leg, in his pants, he wouldn't have landed the way he did, and he wouldn't have ran off the way he did. So that wasn't true. There's no way in hell that gun fit in the backpack. So what's the deal with this, folks?
First of all, there's two things on that weapon. Is you cannot break that weapon down, number one. I mean, yeah, you can take it apart, but it would be like in a controlled environment. It would take a good amount of time to do it. Probably.
It takes time, yes.
2 to 5 minutes. And then the end result is that the stock, which is going to be about the same length, nearly as long as the barreled action. And by me saying that, it kind of suggests that you end up with two neat and tidy pieces when you're done. Not the case. We haven't talked about the bolt or the fire control group, and there's
there's multiple pieces, yeah.
Like a internal magazine in that style of Mauser action. So screws, you'd need a screwdriver. Yeah, it can be taken apart, but I think the shortest piece you would end up with would be about a 30-inch long piece, and that would be the barreled action. And that's on a very short barrel. We're talking like a 21 or 22-inch barrel, because the action itself is 8 or 9 inches. And those two pieces are integral. They don't come apart. So
good point.
If it's a 24-inch barrel and you add the 8 or 9 inches of the action, so
the only thing I can think of, Devil Woman said
3 feet.
Right.
An average backpack is 18 inches tall.
Yeah, he definitely didn't have it in the pack. And I didn't see a clear thing, and it does make some sense, though. She says she's seen a video of him taking the gun off the roof. It's a quick shot, and the towel has covered it. But so if he had the gun parallel with his body when he gets down from the back view, sure, okay, that does make sense. And then he starts running. So he obviously had that in his hand with the backpack as well.
But that suggests there's more than one him jumping off the roof video. I haven't seen that.
Right. I get it.
I just don't understand. So how you found the gun in a shaded area or a wooded area?
Supposedly he shoved it into a bush and was going to go back to get it. But when they went looking for him, I guess they walked right into that area and they found it. That's my understanding. I don't know. Hey, Niles, good to see you.
And the reason why it seemed like he might have been on a different. What gave me the idea is when that camera was looking straight at that building, you see him coming from the left side of that small little building and going behind it. And then he was coming out from the right side to jump off the roof. That had me thinking maybe there was a ladder or something that was on the other side of that he climbed up on, or he had on a different building and just jumped down on it. I don't know.
Yeah, there was a ladder or like a metal stairway type thing that led up there, which is how he got up. Wait, it's on the other side of the building though. The screwdriver was found on the roof. He must have had the barrel in his pant leg is what they're saying, and the buttstock and everything in the backpack. Climbed up, laid down, put the gun together with the screwdriver that he left there. And then when he was done, wrapped it in the towel, jumped down with it. Off he went through it in the bush and kept going until he got back to his car. So that's how I'm taking this whole thing. I still find it hard to believe a 30-06 is like, it's not, it's definitely something that could be taken apart, put back together, but it's just odd to do that with that gun. I said this before. It's just strange. But if that's, yes, sir, go ahead.
Have you seen, and I'm not sure what channel it was on, whether it was News Nation and Ashley Banfield was the journalist, or if it was on her own channel. But have you seen where she has a panel guest and he is talking about how the weapon used would have been, she asked him the question, taking it apart, how can he put it in that backpack? And he says, well, you just push a button on this side and it folds, and then on that side and it folds, and it's have you or has anyone in the chat seen that news interview? Oh
no,
now I want to find it and share that.
Yeah, because that's just insane.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Well, that's typical of the type of guest she has, but that's insane. We all know that don't work that way. It's not a jet gun, folks. Come on.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, if you're buying that, then you should probably stop following any of this.
Yeah, 100%. If you buy that, that's facts. Yeah. That's just stupidity.
So now my task is to, unless someone knows it, has it handy, and I want everyone to see that, because there's a common thread, and that is, early on in the IDAHO4 case, you could see that the stuff that they were spewing was ridiculous, and not just ridiculous,
right?
But like Judge Judy would say, ridiculous.
100%.
Emphasis on ridiculous, because it's just not your ordinary ridiculous, and you can see it because they're not even trying to make it look believable, but they don't even care. So in the same way, that's the common thread here, is that we're being fed this nonsense and they expect us to believe it, and they don't even care if it comes across as insincere.
And what's even bigger crime than that, Eddie, is they got away with it. And we all knew.
Busy says sent it to you, Dago. I wonder what she's sending.
It's crazy.
I'm looking right now.
Yeah, Judge Judy is something else. Good luck with getting one over on her in her courtroom. Like she said, she'll eat you for breakfast.
She would.
Yeah. I'm not going toe-to-toe with her. No way.
You have to come correct with her. She does not put up with no.
She's a human lie detector.
All right, guys. I'm so sorry. We have to listen to Trashley Manfield once again. So
Yeah,
I got
this is it. Thank you, Fizzy.
I got to hear this because this is so ridiculous to me. I'm sorry. All right, so Skeletor, what do you got?
There are aftermarket accessories that would allow you to break this gun down. He selected a bolt action because this is typically the choice for long range sniper. A bolt action looks like this. It has very few moving pieces. When you put the bolt forward and engage around, it locks in place. And because nothing happens after you pull the trigger except the click, the amount of gas pressure in the barrel remains consistent. And that's why this type of gun is preferred for long range shots.
And it doesn't expel the cartridge either, which I learned. So he took that cartridge with him, and it was found inside the gun, according to some reports, along with some others in a magazine. How quickly, if it is broken down, because it doesn't look like he's jumping with a long rifle tucked in his leg. It looks like it's got to be in that backpack. So how quickly could he break it down if he needed to break it down?
A second or two.
Oh my God, dude. Don't even. This is what I thought for the longest. I still kind of do, Kim, that maybe it was laid up there ahead of time, possibly at some point. And I'm still kind of in that thought process too.
I'm glad you paused it here because right here is about the appropriate time to prepare everyone.
Yeah.
He's going to contradict himself. She's going to ask him a question, and then a moment later, she'll ask the similar same question in a little different way, and he'll answer it, giving a different answer. So be watching for that.
Well, he just said it would take a second or two to break this down. Okay, we'll see.
What?
Literally just push a button and wrap it around, push another button and wrap it back. They're designed to be able to be put into full length mode or compact mode extremely quickly.
Lies.
What?
Demonstrate it. Let's have you show it then.
Maybe he's talking about a different gun. Because that's not the 30-06 that I know. Is there anybody else in here that is gun knowledgeable? Because I am. I've never seen anything like that before. Anybody, please tell me. I've never seen one that you can just push a button and flip flop. It's got to be a different gun that he's talking about. No way in hell. And that's bullshit. Come on, bro.
I'm open minded. If there is,
I want to know.
Yeah, send Dago the video. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, I saw that. Critical. Thanks, bud. I appreciate the worry for it. Come on, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Now, if you have training, then yeah, there's certain guns that you can do stuff like this with, but this is not one that I've ever known to be able to just break down that like boom, boom, boom. No, never. Push a button and flip and turn. What? Shut up, dude. Come on. Hey, Tea Time. Good to see you, dear. This right here, Ranger. Good to see you, bud. I figured you would know. I'm kind of glad that you popped in here. Listen to this. I'm going to play this back again, Texas Ranger. And you tell me. This is a 30-06 that was used in this shooting, okay? And she asks him how long it would take to break this down. He said a second or two.
He needed to break it down.
A second or two.
What?
Literally just push a button and wrap it around, push another button and wrap it back. They're designed to be able to be put into full length mode or compact mode.
Compact mode.
Well, he had the entire weapon in his hand just a moment ago.
Well,
no,
the less
it's not
the less it's on,
but it's a
right.
similar weapon.
Yeah, the Mauser is old school for real. The less it's on screen, the easier it is for me to keep this video up. I'm just saying. But what he's doing, I've never heard of this in my life. So what do you think about that one, Texas? Either he's confused about the gun, or he's just full of shit. Which I'm going to go for the latter because
it actually predates World War I.
Yeah, they do.
Like 1898.
Very old. Very old. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Extremely quickly.
Well, that would make perfect sense. Given what we've now seen, Stephen, I think a lot of that video is brand new since we called you earlier today. Now we're seeing him running to the edge of the building, jumping off that building. He's holding onto the backpack as he's jumping and landing with the backpack. Most of us would drop whatever heavy thing we have so that it makes the landing less painful. But he jumps with that backpack. Does that make you think that he did break the rifle down and that he did put it in the backpack?
Not necessarily. With all the things going on in his mind, he's probably not thinking about.
I got a video we're going to watch in a minute. Does anybody see him carrying what looks like a gun in a towel?
And landing with the backpack. Most of us would.
I see this thing right here that could be the backpack, but
whatever heavy thing
it doesn't look big enough to be the gun.
Landing less painful, but he jumps with that backpack. Does that make you think that he did break the rifle down and that he did put it in the backpack?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, I saw it, SRB. There's a video I'm going to pull up here in a minute. That's kind of what I thought too, Ranger. Thanks, bud.
Necessarily. With all the things going on in his mind, he's probably not thinking about what's the best way to land here. He's thinking about getting away. There's no danger of the gun going off if he were to have dropped it, because what's in the chamber is still the expended cartridge, the empty brass. So he could smash that gun as hard as he wants. It's not going to go off again.
But did you hear her question? Her question wasn't that.
Not at all.
She just asked him if he broke that weapon down before he jumped. And he said, not necessarily.
Yep.
Which was ridiculous, because that weapon not broken down would probably be 3.5 feet.
It's a pretty good sized gun. Could he have a sling on it?
Probably closer to 42 inches.
Yeah.
43.
It's definitely a long one.
Nearly 4 foot is right.
And I guess he could, Ranger, but I don't know. This is weird.
I mean, he would not have
Like I said, I have a video SRB just sent me. We're going to look at here in a second about this.
put that gun in his pants and done this jump, but I don't see a gun in his hands.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's in the bag that he's carrying.
Yeah, I think you're right. He had to have. And just to be clear, it's a long gun. He would have had to break it down, correct? It wouldn't have fit in a backpack that size.
I don't see a gun in his hand. I don't see it slung over his shoulder. It'd be moving back and forth as he's running, so it's got to be in that bag. Or where's the towel? Yes, I hope so too, Fizzy. I saw what she was saying.
So listen to his answer this time.
Yeah, that's correct. It's hard to see if that's really the same backpack that we saw in the shots. To me, it looks more like a duffel bag of 36 to 40 inches. So he could have had the uncompacted weapon in there as well.
Yeah, he certainly didn't leave anything behind at the scene of the shooting because at least that's the authorities have not said it.
That's right. If he'd had an AR style weapon when he pressed the trigger, clear that. When he pressed the trigger, the gun would have gone off, and then the bolt would have gone back, and spent brass would have gone out, and he probably didn't want to leave brass at the scene, which doesn't make too much sense why he still left the gun so close to the scene where it could easily be and was recovered.
Okay, next question. It's an important one for investigators. That is, how many people roughly have this gun? How hard will it be for investigators to narrow down this particular gun to the person who purchased it or owned it eventually?
It depends entirely on the individual gun. While thousands of people do own that gun, whether it was purchased, on a 4473 form in a store where there's a record they can get it, whether it was purchased from a friend, whether it was given to him as a gift. So there may or may not be a record of ownership on the gun. So really no way to know on that.
But in this
I
particular
understand
area in Utah, hunting is big, right? Like there's got to be, and if this is a big, you tell me, but I think this is a big gun among hunters. It would be tricky, especially in this part of Utah, to narrow this gun down. There's a lot of them out there, right?
Yeah, there certainly are. And the marksmanship, wasn't particularly great. With a large caliber rifle, you can still create a lethal wound from hits in many parts of the bodies. But if you look up anything about sniper, you'll see, snipers work either headshots, which is the less preferred because heads are small, or a central torso shot. But to hit a neck versus a heart, he would be off 8 inches on that, or about the same if he was doing a headshot. He'd be off another 9 or 10 inches.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below.
Okay, that guy's an idiot. I'm sorry. Period. Just period. That's what the hell?
Agree. You've seen enough of him.
100%. So this is a Google thing here. Hang on. Oh boy, wait a minute. Okay, thank you, SRB. So this reads, let me blow it up a little bit. Oh, whoa. Yes, a rifle chambered at 30-06 can be collapsible. While many traditional 30-06 rifles are bolt action with solid wood stocks, modern gun makers also produce semi-automatic 30-06. From what we understand, the one that he had was the bolt action old school version of it from what they described. Okay. Also produces semi-automatic. I don't think that's what it was with the collapsible stock. So it does exist, but I don't think that's what he had.
Yeah, this was not a semi-automatic. It was not like on an AR platform. This was
the old school
Model 98 Mauser, which is bolt action. So
yeah, that was the old
one. Fixed stock. It's going to be a sporterized stock. It's not a Mauser
right. And then,
model 1898. I mean, yeah, 1898. But
thank you, SRB. So it is possible. It's okay, SRB. It's possible that there's one that exists, but the way it was described, this was a gift that came from Grandpa to him. The old school version of it, which was described, no, it's not this one. So, and I don't know. That yeah, no, I appreciate it, SRB. Good job, very good job. So they do make one, but that's not the one he had. So if you're on your shoulder, it drops straight down. You're right, 100%. It could be. I guess it could be that we didn't see it. It was in flush with his body, but he had it wrapped up in a towel and shown in a bush. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think Grandpa's old one would collapse. Not at all. Right, because then he's worried about Pop being worried about the gun. Something's weird. I'm just saying something is weird with this. Thank you, SRB, for finding that, though. That's important. Very strange, you guys. Very strange. Truly strange. And I have questions. I have a lot of questions. Why did you...
See,
hold on.
Dago, that's interesting, though, because it's kind of confounding two different things. Okay,
well,
when you're talking about 30-06, you're talking about the caliber.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Cartridge, and that has nothing to do with the style of the.
There it is. That's it right there. Okay, that's the one. There's no pushing buttons and collapsing this. I'm probably gonna get hit, but I can't handle that kind of shit. That's it right there.
Yes, that's it right there.
And then look how long this is. That's not even showing the full length of the barrel, folks. This is huge. Okay. Huge. So there's that one. Here's the next. Watch this. This is interesting. Just watch.
I hear no sound.
Sorry.
But just think of this, even without the sound, the takeaway, you can just understand that.
Yeah. Hang on.
How big the rifle
assets
is.
that we have.
Sorry, say again.
No, that's all right. Go ahead, play it.
Available to ourselves as private citizens just to spot check the government, okay? I think that the government is on the right track with this, and I think that I can show that there's a high probability that this gun was broken down and transported like they say it was. So we'll go through a few configurations here, and then we'll talk about it. Now I'm going to get the Mauser out of my pants, and I'm sorry that I had to make a joke right now. This is not a sensitive time, or this is a pretty sensitive time, and no, what happened is horrible, and I'm not making any light of that at all. My heart is completely with the Kirk family and anyone out there who is mourning his loss, but I hope this video will kind of give you an explanation of how this could have been possible. Assembly comes off. That is going to measure just under 30 inches, and there may be some variables in the gun that was used. There are different stock lengths out there. There's different lengths of pull, different fore-end lengths. The one he used looked like it was pretty much standard. It didn't look like he cut anything off in the front end. He also didn't have any slings mounted that I can get any kind of clue on in the photos. I didn't see a sling swivel. He wouldn't have needed one in his application, so I have removed it, and it's out of the discussion. So this is the actual part of the firearm that is the most important, the barrel and the receiver assembly. The overall barrel length on this is, looks like it's about a 22 going from the chamber forward. And the overall length of this component is just about 31 and a half inches. I did leave the scope on. We do know that there was a screwdriver allegedly found at the scene. It's very easy that he could have removed the scope if he needed to for transport, but I think if he thought this out, he probably tried his best not to remove that scope because it may have affected the zero on his rifle. We've got two pieces that are roughly within 30 inches. We've just taken the overall length of that rifle down by 14 inches, and that's going to be the difference in this transport configuration. Aside from that, you've got the magazine and trigger guard assembly, and you've got the actual bolt of the rifle itself that feeds into the receiver, locks down, and your firing pin's in there, and when you pull the trigger, it goes boom. So those are the 4, maybe 5 components that he 100% had to have to make this thing work. These, I mean, the bolt itself is just under 8 inches long. This magazine assembly is about 9. So this is something that could have easily been stuffed in the backpack that we're seeing him wearing, along with the 4 total rounds of ammunition. So I'm not so concerned with this being on the person, having to be stashed on the person somewhere. Could have went in the bag. So for our purposes of this demonstration, I'm just going to exclude these out. We're going to focus on the barrel and the receiver and the stock and how he may have carried those components into where he took the shot from and assembled the rifle. I've already shown in a video before that I was able to assemble this rifle in right at a minute exactly. And I have not pulled this rifle out of the case for 20 years. I've never actually taken it apart myself to this degree in the entire time that I've been around it. This was my dad's hunting rifle that he got when he was in 8th grade. He bought it new in like the 60s. So as far as I know, this gun's never been apart. And to me, that tells me this was in the realm of possibility. If I could just pick this thing up and pull it apart and put it back together that quickly, that this gentleman probably could have done it a lot quicker. He was also using a synthetic stock instead of the walnut stock, which means that it was a lot smoother on the interior. I don't know if you can see, but inside of that stock magwell, there's a lot of rough space here. Same thing with on the underside. When everything went together, this thing was basically just carved out, probably by hand back in that day, to make the stock for this rifle. So when I was putting the things together, I was having some issues because it's just really rough and not smooth in there. If he was using a synthetic stock that was molded in some sort of a mold, the interior was probably a lot smoother. So these pieces could theoretically go together much faster. I'm thinking that he may have been able to do this within 45 to 30 seconds and not the minute that it took me. So I'll get these pieces out of the way and we'll start stuffing my pants. Let's get the most important thing out of the way. You could theoretically take the shot without the stock. All you really need is this and a bolt. You wouldn't want to hang on to it, but it's possible. So let's get the first thing out of the way. I'm assuming that since this was the longest piece and that it was causing so much hiccup in his giddy up, that this is probably maybe what was sitting on his right leg. So I'm going to go ahead and throw it in my pants here. I took my belt off. I don't know if the individual was wearing a belt. It would have certainly aided in his ability to keep this stuff contained. Because when you do see him walking, he's kind of, this arm is not moving. It's kind of pressed close to his body like he's squeezing with his armpit. And I have the scope and the receiver right underneath my armpit right now. And let's see what my walk looks like. I wonder if I can zoom you guys out further. All right. Right now, as it sits, the muzzle of the rifle is just below my knee, which would go to the fact that we saw him moving with no hip movement, but he was still able to move his knee. I can still bend my knee. And the walk is very slow and deliberate with no arm motion. Okay? This very well could have been how the barrel and the receiver action was stashed. As far as printing on it, let me get a little closer to you and look. Can you see anything apparent on the outside of me? Now, we have seen some video of him, or the still images. We didn't see video, but stills when he was approaching stairs and his arms were out. I do have my arms out, and the barrel and the receiver is not falling down. I wouldn't want to move very much like that, but it's possible. Now, the stock is significantly thicker.
Okay, so it like I said, it's obvious that you can take the gun apart, okay? And I never said you couldn't. It's not the type of a gun that you do this with regularly. Like I said, so he's showing you can take it apart, but and that the issue wasn't it being taken apart and put together. he had time beforehand. It's after the fact. So did he take it apart and run that fast? I guess it's possible. That's what we have to find out for sure. Texas. It was literally only what was it? Seconds, wasn't it, Eddie, that he shot and was gone? It was seen running within the shot's period of time, right?
Well, we don't know. We didn't see him take a shot, and all we see is him jumping from a roof.
That's what I mean, yeah.
But I'm a little disheartened that this guy stopped short. I would like to see him put that barreled action in his pants and then jump 12 feet off of a roof.
That's what I think is the hard thing to think about is, and I don't know that he had it, that he put it back together or took it back apart when he was done with the shot. That's what I'm at. I'm not arguing that he put it together when he got there. I'm arguing about after the fact, that he took it apart that fast, threw it down his pants and took off running and then jumped down and made that landing with no problem. That's what my issue is. And then they find the gun put together, wrapped in a towel in the bush. So did he stop and put it back together, wrap it in a towel and throw it in a bush? Because that doesn't make sense either. Welcome, Lost in Casa. Yeah, it was complete when they found it, wrapped up in a towel, Tet Ranger. That's what I'm saying. That's what the issue is. And then after the fact, that he tore it apart when he was leaving, too. So I don't know. It's weird. It doesn't look like he jumped down with it in his pant leg.
And the spent cartridge was still in the chamber, which would suggest that it was never taken apart.
Bingo. Thank you. So one of the arguments is did this guy make the shot? Okay. That's the big argument right now. Is he the one that pulled the trigger on this? So he didn't tear it down, obviously not. And it's hard to see when he comes down. It doesn't look like he's dragging that bag, but I can't tell by the video what type of bag that is. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see if there's anything else on here that we need to. Where's he at here?
Now, according to the photos, the mugshots, this gentleman was 72 inches tall or 6 feet. I am somewhere between 5'10" and 6 foot, depending on what pair of shoes I'm wearing and what convenience store I'm leaving that day. He's also a lot thinner. I'm a more husky individual, obviously, but with his thinness, this may have been an advantage because if you look, the shirt does have some drape down here in the photos. Now I have the rifle stock in here. Let's see if I can turn it flat to my chest. Okay. Now, I have the rifle stock. The butt is sitting right in the crevice of my armpit, and the end of the foregrip is, the dead leg spot on your quad? Think about 4 inches shy of that. Now let's see what that looks like from the front. Is there any indication that you got that? How's my movement? I'm moving. Let's look at it from both sides and see how much printing we get. I don't know how I move. I think that may be part of the limp, was that he was trying to move without printing the rifle. I don't know what you see down here or how it looks on my hips. Maybe compare that to the photos that we saw. Now, one thing I can't do, I can't extend this leg out to the left. I can extend this one about that far before the stock starts biting on my hip, on my mid-thigh. Now we have the backpack. Let's add the backpack to the mix. I don't know how big this guy was. Torso length, he was probably similar to me, a little bit smaller. I also don't know how big that backpack was. But if you can see, and I'll have to go look in the mirror because I'm not reviewing.
That's the truth, though. If he had skinny jeans on, things would be a little more visible on him, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to say for sure.
This, but I can move like this. Now, I don't know how the stairs, we do have him going upstairs. I wonder what that looks like. Should we go out in my stairwell here and look? Okay. So we've seen photos of him on the stairs, but we've never actually seen video of it. But I'm gonna go up these stairs, see how it was, because in that one full of shots that he's got his arms out, he's walking up the stairs. It's not out of the realm of possibility that she can walk.
So after having chewed over this in the edit for a while, I've come to the conclusion that this was possible. It was doable. And this was probably the most challenging part of the whole thing for him, at least in the preparation and figuring it out and planning stage. Obviously the bolt and the magazine group, easy to do. The barrel with the scope on it, I don't see being a problem. I struggled most with the stock, and I'll be the first to admit that maybe it's just my round body shape. If I was a little bit skinnier like this guy, I'd have probably had a little bit more room to work with to get things tucked in inside. But this one's going to be the one that I think I'm just curious. I want to know how that part was done, because I can see how it was possible, but it was going to take some extra work. I don't know if he maybe brought an ace bandage and strapped it around himself, and that didn't get left at the scene. Maybe he had something around his chest to keep everything secure that he was continuing to wear while he was doing his exfil. I don't know. I do believe it is 100% possible. It's just a struggle for my challenges, I guess. But I could see this guy making this work, especially if he had as much time to plan. I really only screwed with this for about an hour, and I spent the rest of the afternoon going over the video and looking at it. The other thing, he really probably practiced quite a bit on his movement just to keep that thing from printing, because if you look, if your leg goes out of alignment too far, the barrel's going to show. But in that same vein, I think that he used some of the advantages he had that were unique to him and the location that he chose to strike in. And that is that he looked just like anyone else on that campus. I mean, outwardly, the only thing about his appearance that gave me any indication that he was anything other than a conservative kid going to a Charlie Kirk rally, or just
what?
A kid going to a school like that in Utah would have.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. First of all, he's adding to the story, right? He's telling us what's in the shooter's mind. He's telling us, things that he can't know about, how he practiced. I mean, if you have to add to the story,
right,
then you're really taking away. But then, what really floored me is, what did he say about? Did I hear that right? He's suggesting that the shooter is conservative. Is that what he just did?
Yeah, I think he said.
Okay.
That's how I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. I just screwed something up though, so I'm trying to fix it.
Of course he has to be. But that's all it can be, right?
This is his opinion.
Okay, dressed as a conservative. Okay. Then I misheard.
Yeah, hold on a minute. I just accidentally knocked SRB out of here, and I didn't mean to. Anyway, like I can see what he's proving and what he's showing, so sure, I get it, but I still have issues. And bear with me, guys. I banned SRB somehow from here, and I'm trying to fix that. I was trying to click on somebody's comment like this, and I hit the corner of it because my hand shakes sometimes, and I hit the wrong thing. So I'm trying to fix that, so bear with me. Hold on. Keep going, Eddie, if you need to.
CJAG 1. Okay, you're right. This is not a one-person crime.
I don't feel like it is either. That's my issue.
And there's another commonality. It's always got to be a one-person crime. The lone perpetrator. And that's how this works. And if I misheard him, then my apologies. If he said he dressed as a conservative, well, that's much different than him being a conservative. I started to come unglued there.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, I'll be right with you. This is going to take a second. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they are claiming it was chambered for 30-06. That's right. Here's a fun fact. Why do they call it 30-06? You guys know? Hemisphere, do you know? Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm with you. I've been listening.
30-06? Are you familiar?
No, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, well, 30 is the caliber. It measures in inches in the bullet's diameter. So it's about a little less than a third of an inch. 06 means the year. It was 1906 when the U.S. military adopted that cartridge. And in 1903, the M1903 Springfield rifle was the military's rifle, of course, designed in 1903. The 30-06 cartridge in 1906 was adapted to that rifle. So the rifles currently in use from 1903, the M1903 Springfields currently in use in the military, were using what was called the 30-03 cartridge, which is very close and very similar to the 30-06, but the 30-06 was an upgrade, so to speak. So all of the existing M1903 Springfields, of course, every year they make the same M1903 Springfield. So in 1904, 1905, 1906, etc., they were continuing to make that rifle. But all of the Springfields from 1903 to 1906 were brought back into the armories, and they had to rebarrel them to accept the 30-06 cartridge. So yeah, that kind of would answer the question, how can a 1903 Springfield be chambered for a 30-06 when the 30-06 wasn't even developed until 1906? And that is how, because again, the armories had to pull them weapons back out of issue, and the armorers had to rebarrel them so that they could fire the 30-06 cartridge. Wow. And they used that M1903 Springfield rifle all through World War I and also into World War II and through World War II.
Interesting. So sorry about that, SRB. Good God, I feel stupid. Hit the wrong button. Good points, Eddie. Interesting to know. So besides these things, you guys, there's other questions besides this part of this. Just in my opinion, at least, I have. The way it all went down, the time, the text messages, the Discord stuff, all of this stuff, I have questions with. And the fact that I struggle with it being a one-person situation, I truly do, because typically, I don't even know. Let me show you something else that was sent to me yesterday.
Let's start with,
because there's a lot of people that are talking about the guys that were standing behind him that were saying they were doing hand signals and this and that and everything else. I'm trying to put everything out there that this has. I have a couple of different things here. There's something about the guy that they're showing him. I have a couple of things I want to show you. So give me a second here.
As growing focus on the things people have.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Oh, you're playing it already. I thought there was going to be a hole in the conversation.
No. I'm gonna. What? Go ahead. Was there something else you were gonna say first?
I would just add
Yeah.
one last
Please.
fun fact. Does anyone know in metric what, the either the 30-06 or the current NATO cartridge is? And I'm not talking about the 5.56. I'm talking about for like the machine guns, the heavy 30 caliber NATO cartridge. Anyone know what that is in metric?
No.
Dago, do you?
That I don't know. No.
It's 7.62.
7 points. Okay.
That's,
1 meter. Interesting. Good to know these things. I'm horrible at math, but never paid any attention to those things. So it's good to know that stuff, actually.
Yeah. So it'd be 7.62 millimeters, I guess.
I think so. Yeah. Lawson Casa says, "Yep." Good points. Good points. Good to know. It's great to have you, somebody that knows these things too. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. So this next thing that we're looking at real quick is this. We're looking at him running away, and then we're also going to look at this hand signal situation to see if that shows anything of any proof. Because I had seen these things before myself and questioned it right away, but don't want to believe that it's possible because they both worked for him. So they're, especially the one guy was his personal security guard. It doesn't make sense, or does it? I don't know. So let's check this one out first.
Said or shared online about the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
Have a look at CCTV security footage showing the shooter running along the roof of the building, climbing down the edge and dropping down. You probably watched it before, but have you watched it? Have you looked at it with insight?
I got nightmares in my head, I fear. Thoughts build up until I can't feel.
Hello and welcome to Issue in a Perspective about your perspective just in general and how you look at things, in how your mind actually works. Now, I want to kick off this discussion by asking a question with 3 simple alternative answers. Is the alleged shooter carrying a gun, right? Is the alleged shooter carrying a gun? And these are the options. 1, yes. 2, no. And 3, maybe. Now let's take another look at the CCTV security footage showing the shooter running along the roof of the building, climbing down the edge and dropping down. What you want to do is watch it again, slow it down, find all sorts of different ways to look closer at it, and also from sort of different angles, get different sort of angles in terms of the same footage, and try and get more of a comprehensive idea of what we're looking at. And the question is,
one thing I will tell you about this is there's no way it's pushed down his pants. The guy's moving, okay? There's no limp, there's no drag, there's no nothing. So it wasn't taken apart and put down his pants for him to leave. I'll just say that much right now.
Isn't what are we seeing, but what aren't we seeing? And we can answer the second question using a nifty technique called inference. What is inference? Well, you're doing it when you look at this image. And I'll explain more about that in a moment. So before we get to that, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. By the way, if you are new to this channel, if you've never watched a True Crime Rocket Science video, if you just don't know who I am, well, I'm a true crime author. I've written over 100 books. I studied law at university. I ended up studying quite a few in a lot of different fields is quite good. I've also traveled to America. I've attended trials, murder trials, selective in who. Thanks button, and let's get. You see with this image, the upside down triangle you're seeing actually isn't visible. It's the other shapes that lead to an inference. Does that make sense? Now, according to the AI overview, an inference is a conclusion reached through logical reasoning based on evidence or background knowledge. Now, obviously, this evidence needs to be true. Those shapes around it need to be verified and credible. The background knowledge needs to be verified and credible. If that's not credible, then your inference is also going to be, it might be a logical inference, but based on a foundation that's skewed. But in any event, let's assume that the evidence and background knowledge is accurate. That then allows one to understand implied meanings and fill in missing information. I do think a lot of people use this idea of inference, that people are going to draw inferences, and this is then done by providing so-called evidence or background knowledge that is actually intentionally manipulated. In other words, you create inferences that aren't true because people are so easily inclined to draw inferences. And so what sort of clues can one use? Well, text, situations, experiences, data. It's actually a fascinating subject when one goes into it. And it's really fascinating how the brain works and how the brain is designed to be economical and fast in its thinking, but just in the same area, easily it can be tricked. If you want me to talk about that in an upcoming episode, I can do that. Now, the clues we have as to whether Tyler Robinson is carrying a rifle or not can be found in these images. Let's go through them. We see him running along the top of the roof. We see him walking up the stairs. Note that his right leg, it's the left from our perspective, but it's his right leg, is straight. The one leg is straight. There's a zoomed in image of him on the roof. There's another image of him. Once again, his right leg, it's left from our perspective, is straight as he's going down the stairs. You can see it's kind of an odd position he's taking. Then we see him jumping off that roof. It's quite a long drop as well. Now, let me ask you a few silly questions based on these images. Can you see the shooter's nose? Well, if not, does that mean he doesn't have a nose? So one of the inferences you draw here, without really even thinking about it is a human being with a mouth, eyes, nose, hair, and or even that it's a male. Can you see his eye color? Why not? Well, does that mean he doesn't have eyes? So all of these are inferences we are drawing using just ordinary logic. Now, the nuances of CCTV, by the way, I've got my own security system. Sometimes, some of you will know this, sometimes a person can be there and then the next they're gone. Does that mean that they aren't there at all? Or is there sort of gray area when we're dealing with CCTV, especially CCTV at a distance? It's not always 100% accurate in terms of what we're seeing. It basically gives you a rough idea. Now, before we drill into those details, I want to deal with the relevant text from the affidavit. Let's read it. A camera later captures the suspect as he runs across the roof to the suspected shooting position. Immediately after the shot is fired, a camera captures the suspect running across the roof carrying an item whose shape is consistent with a rifle. Note, they don't say with a rifle. They talk about a shape and the shape being consistent. The suspect is then seen climbing down from the roof. He appears to drop the item he was carrying as he hits the ground in a controlled fall. And if you're going to look at the video footage, this is where the inference comes in. He falls or he drops down from the roof, right? Lands quite heavily, and then he moves slightly, bends down, seems to pick something up, right? The only reason that he's picking something up is because he's dropped something. And it's not clear.
How far of a drop do you guys think that might be? Just out of curiosity.
Well, he's got to be 5.5 to 6 feet. So 2.5 of him, 12 to 15.
About 12 to 15 foot, right? Okay. Just saying.
Thank you, Nothing Have Ass. I haven't watched any of his stuff. This is all new to me. I like him so far because this inference thing, that, again, look for patterns. That's a theme.
Right.
That's what they did to us in IDAHO4. They kind of threw us all these different assorted bits, and we put all them together as truths in our mind. We told those stories to ourselves. Once you do that, you can't break out of that.
Well, I watched some of his stuff. I don't watch like his Idaho stuff too much, but a lot of his other stuff that he puts out, he uses common sense and he does the whole inference stuff. He's very scientific, and I like that. And I thought this would be probably one of the best ones to watch to give us a logical look at something like this. That's all. And he's got a great channel. True Crime Rocket Science. I put the link in the chat. Go check him out. Tara says 20 feet.
Yeah, it could be 20 feet. So if he's hanging with his hands and he's, 5 feet.
I would take almost 6
tall.
feet off of that. Yeah. Take 6 foot off of that.
Yep. So he lowered himself down. He's not like standing on the roof and jumping off it. That would be 20.
No, and he did it smartly. You dangle and then drop, right?
Like he's on a high dive. Yeah, he wouldn't jump off the roof. He hung first and then dropped. Yeah, I agree.
So it's about a 14 to 15 foot drop, based on his height. Yes.
Yeah, still scary. I don't know.
Very much so.
Who
but
could
if you
do that?
Well, somebody that just shot somebody and you're running for your life, I guess that would put a little oomph in your ass. But he's skinny, so the way he landed, I was expecting an ankle roll or something, but I guess he did all right. So be it. So be it. In Texas is saying it's in the bag, and that's my only guess. I didn't see this bag in the original video because it wasn't this clear. I thought he just had the backpack, and I guess now I'm seeing things a little different. But let's see what else we got.
Or it's not even in the bag at all.
Oh, that could be it too. That could be it too.
If I anticipate where this guy is going with this inference thing, like if the authorities are telling you, now look, watch him. See, he jumped off the roof with the rifle in the bag. And then once they tell you that, then that
you see it.
Yeah, that's what you see.
Like I told you guys before, we had that happen. We had it happen all through the IDAHO4 case. Suggestive sight and hearing. If somebody writes something on the screen when you're listening to audio, you're going to hear what you see on the screen. It's just, it happens, period. I don't care what you say. So it's normal.
If someone has to tell you what you're seeing, then you better stop and question what they're saying, and then question everything that comes after.
Yep. Right.
And before.
100%. And yes, Fox, it does. He's very sure of his escape route, in my opinion.
Guys, what is the famous saying? Believe nothing you hear and half of what you see.
What you see. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Especially nowadays. Yeah, you got to be honest. The other big question is whose text messages sound AI? Right. Now I get it. I understand this. These are where my questions come from too, Humphrey. The bag's long. It looks like at least 3 foot. Could be. It does look longer. I'm trying to tell if when he drops down, if it seems like it folds up. Okay. Watch the bag after he hits the ground. It looked for a second like the bag may have folded up, which that would change things for me, but I may be wrong.
Humphrey, I'm gonna tell him I've had enough. I ain't standing for it anymore. I'm gonna tell him.
100%.
Do that right, Daggle.
If anybody will do it, Eddie's gonna tell him. Period. If somebody is telling you what to see, you better stop, collaborate, and listen, because Eddie's back with a brand new invention. Yeah, I'm a cornball. I know it. You got to wonder if his foldable seat had a place for. Shut up, 300. Shut up.
Item used carry as he hits the ground in a controlled fall. And if you go and look at the video footage, this is where the inference comes in. He falls or he drops down from the roof, right? Lands quite heavily, and then he moves slightly, bends down, seems to pick something up, right? The only reason that he's picking something up is because he's dropped something. And it's not clear what he's picking up. You can't seem to see it, but it is clear that the silhouette that is him is picking something up. The fact that you can't see him picking something up doesn't mean he's not picking anything up. There, once again, is an inference. Back to the text, he then picks up the item and runs toward the northeast end of the campus. Now, when they say picks up the item, they don't say rifle, and they don't say drops the item. But once again, that's inferred. Law enforcement officers followed the suspect's escape path to the northeast end of the campus, where they believe the suspect left the campus and entered a wooded area. In that wooded area, investigators found a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel. Now, there's also an inference there. How did this bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel get to that wooded area?
Now, let me stop this and ask a question. If, let's say he had this gun in this bag, pew pew in the bag, too late. Why would you take it out of the bag, wrap it in a towel, and throw it in a bush? I don't understand the logic behind this. Just throw the whole thing in the bush if you're going to hide it and walk away from it, or take it all with you. Either way, I don't get either one of these things.
Right. Reassemble it. Why
That's
not
what I mean.
toss the bag as a one
Drop
item?
it, and run, get away, and come back later if you think you can. Whatever your plan was, like just one whole item. What did you take it out of the bag or whatever it was in, wrap it and drop it that way for? I don't understand this. I know, Meg. I know that's the problem with a lot of this stuff is the logic to things don't make sense at all.
What does Judge Judy say? If it doesn't make sense, it isn't true.
It isn't true, right? Those are her famous words. Well, I understand. That makes sense right there. He didn't want to get caught with it in his hand because that would definitely make him the shooter. That's agreeable, but the taking it out of the bag, if it was in there, and wrapping it in a towel and dropping it in a bush is strange to me. It just doesn't make sense. Good to see you, Murky.
Putting the empty cartridge back in the chamber on top of it all.
That would be strange, yes, very much so. Those windows look 10 feet. His feet are at the top of the windows, so feet to the ground would be about 10 foot. So, okay, good call.
The rifle contained one spent round and 3 unspent rounds. This is consistent with the facts officers observed at the time. That whole phraseology, consistent with the facts, once again, it's asking us to draw an inference. Jumping off the situations, experience.
I'm going to do something. I'm going to play this in slow motion, guys. Again, I just thought of that because SRB wrote it in the chat. Give me a second here. 1 second, you guys. Hang on. Mrs. Dago was talking to me and I got lost in what I was doing. Give me a second to get to this point again.
Note that his right leg, it's the left from our perspective, but it's his right leg, is straight. The one leg is straight. There's a zoomed in image of him on the roof. There's another image of him. Once again, his right leg, it's left from our perspective, is straight as he's going down the stairs. You can see it's kind of an odd position he's taking. Then we see him jumping off that roof. It's quite a long drop as well. The suspect, as he runs across the roof, to the suspected shooting position. Immediately after the shot is fired, a camera captures the suspect running across the roof, carrying an item whose shape is consistent with a rifle. Note, they don't say with a rifle. They talk about the shape and the shape being consistent. The suspect is then seen climbing down from the roof. He appears to drop the item he was carrying as he hits the ground in a controlled fall. And if you go and look at the video footage, this is where the inference comes in. He falls or he drops down from the roof right? Lands quite heavily, and then he moves slightly, bends down, seems to pick something up, right? The only reason that he's picking something up is because he's dropped something. And it doesn't.
See, it looked to me like when that bag hit the ground that it kind of folded up in almost in half. Now, that's kind of interesting. I'm just saying.
It's not clear what he's picking up. You can't seem to see it, but it is clear that the silhouette that is him is picking something up. The fact that you can't see him picking something up doesn't mean he's not picking anything up. There, once again, is an inference. Back to the text, he then picks up the item and runs toward the northeast end of the campus. Now, when they say picks up the item, they don't say rifles. Followed the suspect's escape path to the northeast end of the campus, where they believe the suspect left the campus and entered a wooded area. In that wooded area, investigators found a bolt-action rifle.
That's what doesn't make sense, TV. It doesn't. I don't think that's how it went down, but he left the screwdriver on top of the roof, so that's not possible to put it back together. It had to have been in whatever he had in his hand if he took it with him. But that bag looks, whatever the hell that is, I think it's a bag. When he hit the ground, it looks like it folded up. You know what I mean? And if there's a gun in that, then it didn't fold up.
No, I think I understand this question.
Oh, wait.
How did he put it back together? He didn't have the tool that would be required, the screwdriver, to reassemble it.
Which means he didn't take it apart when he left the roof. Before he left the roof, he just left it together as one.
Right.
Either threw it in the bag or wrapped it in the towel, whatever the hell it was. Yeah.
And if you back it up just a few seconds, you'll see the entire rifle. We should take a look at that again. If he didn't take it apart, it's nearly 4 feet long.
It's big. It is big right there.
Now, if you do take it apart, like that other video said, you're going to shorten it by a total only of 14 inches or so.
Right.
And the shortest piece doesn't matter. If you break it, in other words, try to imagine, breaking that down. The shortest piece doesn't matter. You take it apart into those two major components, and it's really the longest piece is what you have to be working with, right?
Right.
So it'd be the barreled action, it's called. That's the metal part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, if the scope is attached, that even makes it longer. But let's just imagine the scope. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt. The scope is disassembled and it's not on there. So the barreled action, if it's a short barrel, that would be like 21 inches or so, plus 9 inches of the action, the receiver part. Those two don't disassemble. That's an integral unit. So 22 plus 8, that's 30 inches. How tall is that? Well, if you stood up that on if you compared it to someone's inseam, that would be all the way up to the crotch on like a short to medium average, height individual, I guess. 30 inches, 30 inch inseam.
Yeah.
If it had a 24-inch barrel, add 9 or 8 inches to that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Even longer. That's now it's a semi-tall, average to semi-tall person's inseam. This guy was 6 feet? So that, in other words,
yeah,
whatever's in the bag, if he did break it down, would be all the way up to his nearly up to his crotch. Is he standing flat-footed?
Sure. And listen, if he would have jumped, like put it down his pants again and jumped down, he'd have hurt himself. That would have jammed him like somewhere. You know what I mean? So that's not a thing. And like Stevie said, you couldn't have put it back together. They found it whole in the bush wrapped in a towel. So no, the screwdriver was found on the roof. And then he says here, like, why is it together in the picture? And like you said, whatever he has when he jumps is not full length. It doesn't look like a full length because it looks like it folds up, you guys. Okay. And then he was asking Eddie if you were saying so it can't be even shortened that much. Is that what he's asking you that, Eddie?
Let's see. Well, let's just assume, I think I understand the question. If this guy, this Tyler, whatever his name is, did disassemble it, it wouldn't shorten it, but 14 inches. So if it's nearly 4 foot long, you'd end up with 30 to 36 inch long piece being the shortest piece. That's right.
See, that's what I'm struck with.
Yeah, he doesn't have the gun at all. Exactly.
That's what I'm struck. Yeah. See, because if you watch him hit the ground, when that whatever he's got in his hand hits the ground, it looks like it folds in half almost. If there's a gun in there, that's not going to happen. It just can't. So, and if it's a towel, what? Okay, so yeah, that's how I kind of think of it too, Stevie. It doesn't make sense to me. So where'd the gun come from in the bush? If he doesn't have it, maybe we're not seeing it clearly enough. I don't know, but I'm just trying to make sense of it. That's all.
And if you need, when I say you, if they need all of these experts and these talking heads to narrate and to jump through all these impossible hoops and to explain and to show how it could be possible and to do these experiments, you know, such as we've seen, they go into the house and they count out loud, you know, in the 1122 house to prove that Brian Koberger could have done it.
Yeah.
Took a left turn there, but these crazy experiments to prove to us that it could be, then right there, you know.
Well, here's my thought. If he was jumping down with a gun in his hand, he'd have dropped the gun off the roof first, let it hit the ground. We didn't see that. Then jumped down, picked it up and ran, and you'd see it. I mean, unless he's running with it parallel to his body, you'd see it. But I don't see this. It's weird. And I'm not saying that he's not holding the gun. I'm not saying that he's doesn't have the gun. It doesn't match up. This, whatever that thing is he has in his hand, looks like I said, like it folds up. That's not going to happen if there's a gun wrapped inside that or inside or whatever it is. It doesn't make sense. It's weird.
Well, nothing half-assed. The screwdriver on a Mauser 98 model, the receiver, you know, like if you turn the weapon upside down and you look at it from like the bottom up, like you put it on your bench and you're going to unscrew those screws that are in like the trigger group and the magazine, you would see that there's 4 screws in there. 2 of them are, I guess you'd call them your primary screws, but then the engineering is so clever that those screws, maybe someday Dale can, you know, I can share this image, but there's locking screws that ensure that those 2 primary screws don't come out. So there's 4 screws in total, and they have machine thread, so they're kind of long-winded. It's just, you know, not just a quick spin out. You're working at it for a period of time. So yeah, the screwdriver is a necessary tool.
You know what, Scott? It's funny because I thought about that too, because my soft case for my electric guitar looks like that. And they do fold up if there's nothing in them. But at the same time, a gun, like a rifle soft case, kind of looks like that too. It's the soft material that could fold up. But if there's a gun in it, it's not going to fold up. It just won't. It can't. You know what I mean? So that was, I thought about that too, Scott, but it'd be weird to put it in a guitar bag. You know what I mean? I don't know. They make hard ones and soft ones, folks. Usually the acoustics have a hard case. The soft, it's like a bag basically for the electrics nowadays that they have. That's what I have for mine. I don't know. It's weird. It's very strange. Because the gun went down first, and it was the towel folded, and then he picks up the gun, and you see him use the towel to cover the gun. Maybe watch it on maybe done one. I guess that's possible because we have such a smaller screen. I guess it could be a very possible thing, but it's hard to tell. I'm gonna have to go back and watch this on my TV at some point and see if I see any different. Maybe the bigger screen will show us a bigger view. That makes sense. We'll see.
Get to that wooded area. Now, the rifle contained 1 spent round and 3 unspent.
Hold on, we don't need that slow now.
Rounds. This is consistent with the facts officers observed at the time. That whole phraseology, consistent with the facts, once again, it's asking us to draw an inference. And immediately after the shooting, no shell casings were found on the roof, suggesting a bolt action rather than an auto-loading weapon, and only a single round was fired. Now, we obviously don't know what footage the authorities used, and I suspect what they have is a lot more than what they've released. It's also possible that what we are seeing is what they are using.
I swear to God, this kills me. This picture of this guy looks just like JLR to me. It's nuts.
Where they refer to a shape consistent with a rifle, as I say, that's an inference. At what particular moment a shape is visible is unclear, but it's very clear there is a moment when the shape appears. Now, the True Crime Channel Grey Use Investigates did some decent analysis on this question, and they speculated on the area where the figure runs over the lawn after dropping down, casting a jagged shadow on the grass. He does seem to be carrying something in his left hand. From the text of the affidavit and from Robinson's own admission, he wrapped the rifle in a towel. Very likely when he ran across the lawn in broad daylight, the weapon was loosely covered in a towel. By the way, if you are one of those people talking about, well, this transcript doesn't sound like him, that's also all about drawing inferences. And how good are people at that? What are you basing that on? Are you basing it on other texts of his that you've read, or are you simply basing it on what other people have said? Again, you've got to look at the shapes around it, whether these are credible in terms of your inferences. Now, what's very important to check in terms of the video footage is the continuity. Look at how when he walks along the road, suddenly appears almost indistinguishable from a figure walking a few meters in front of him. Right. We also note how as the suspect shooter sees a white vehicle approaching, this is just after he's dropped down, as he approaches the road, his gait, his attitude, his speed, all of these change. Why is he doing this? Because he's trying to sort of appear normal. He doesn't want to draw attention to himself. So where he was running at one point, he was acting furtively, where he was moving with urgency. As soon as he sees someone, well, then he knows.
See right there? It looks like there's something that's like blowing or dangling behind him. Look at this. Hold on. What? Maybe too far, but I'm going to slow that part down too. But watch it as it looks like there's something that's kind of blowing or dangling behind him.
Sees a white vehicle approaching. This is just after he's dropped down. As he...
Did you see it? It kind of right here. So that has to be that bag or whatever that is.
Approaches the road, his gait, his attitude, his speed, all of these change. Why is he doing this? Because he's trying to sort of appear normal. He doesn't want to draw attention to himself. So where he was running at one point, he was acting furtively, where he was moving with urgency. As soon as he sees someone, well, then he knows that someone can see him as well.
But again, okay, hey Molly, if it's a duffel bag, Texas, that's one. First off, that's a big duffel bag, a long one. And why does he take it out of the damn bag and throw it into a bush wrapped in a towel? I still don't get that. Hold on a minute.
Now he needs to blend in. Now he needs to look like anybody else who's walking around. Now let me ask you a second time. Is the alleged shooter carrying a gun? No. Number one, yes. Number two, no. Number three, maybe. Now, I want you to write the answer down because at the end of this analysis, we're going to ask the same question again and compare our answers. Worth playing for. Now, you may notice I didn't ask, did you see him carrying a gun? In the images prior to the shooting, we can see his right leg that's on his left as we look at him. It's straight in both of these images. He also appears to have some sort of padding, some sort of irregular material under his jeans to muddy the silhouette of what's underneath. That's quite clear in this image. Again, you need to pay attention to details in order to see these shapes that lead to the inference, right? In the video footage, we also see him almost limping on the same leg while walking along a road in the neighborhood towards the venue. So if you can't see the rifle, that's because he doesn't want you to see it. And consider this, and I think we should put these words on screen. If he has the rifle and you can't see it, can't even infer it, then I think he has outsmarted you. He has definitely outsmarted quite a few people. We also know from the police narrative that the suspect left the rifle in the woods and after retrieving his vehicle, attempted to retrieve the rifle. Why did he do this? Well, the psychology here is also worth noting. He abandons the rifle temporarily so that in his change of clothing, he can be seen and seen that he is obviously not armed, right? He's trying to create an inference that if you see him, well, look, I'm not armed. This is me. Yes, I was there. I'm not carrying anything. It's all about plausible deniability. Probably where his vehicle is parked, it's also difficult to access with a rifle in his hand without being seen. And clearly, this is the most vulnerable moment for the suspect. Can you imagine if the suspect had run from where he dropped off the roof to that parking lot that's right there? While a car came down there right then, the car probably, if he had run to the vehicle and with a rifle and opened the door, very likely he would have been seen at that moment. It's quite an interesting question to ask in terms of this particular incident. What was a better strategy, to do what I've just suggested or to do what he ultimately did? Well, he did a week's planning and he chose the strategy he chose. Didn't really work out for him. Now, the bottom line is if someone sees him with a rifle, he's toast. And this is why he wants to interrupt the possibility of being seen. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, are you sure it doesn't make sense? Sure, you're sure. Well, then this next part is for you. The key to inference is intuition, but intuitions need to be anchored in reality, not beliefs, in order for the inferences to actually work. How good would you say your perceptions, intuitions, and inferences are? Well, have a look at this grid and ask yourself, be honest, whether at first glance the squares on various levels are of different sizes. Now look closer. And here's the bottom line. Actually, all of those lines are parallel. You're welcome to check. In other words, if your inference here was that they are not, or they're on different levels, that inference is incorrect. We don't like to admit it. We don't like to make mistakes. Well, I see we are almost at 15 minutes. There's quite a lot more to say about this, but I think we're going to call it a day. I'm not going to take it further than that. If you are finding this interesting and want me to perspective where you can see you've made an error, where those lines are actually parallel, even though they don't look that way. Do you think you could have made an error in terms of this rifle? And we're going to examine the thought process around that in the next video. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you guys next time.
Okay, interesting at the least. I'm not sure, but like I said, I have a lot of questions for a lot of different reasons. Now, the other thing here, well, where'd it go? Damn it. Hang on. Just a minute, you guys. Okay, 1 second here. Where'd it go? There we go. There was one more thing here with this. What time we got? Okay, maybe not. Hold on a minute.
It got late suddenly, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. That couple of these videos will take you some time, but I did have another update on this. I'll probably be back later on too, hopefully, if the boss lets me. Give me a second here. I'm just trying to find this one other update that I had. There's so much stuff uploaded on this, you guys. It's so crazy. There it is. One second. Oh, damn it. So many of these links look the same. It's crazy. I'll be damned. Where did it go? I'm sure you guys saw that I know you guys saw that the memorial for him had been vandalized by some idiot kid. There's a lot of things like this. There's a whole bunch of people that have lost their jobs over this. Teachers and just regular everyday people because of the stance that they're taking with this, which is crazy that these people just... There's a lot coming out of this every day. Okay, so... No. No, maybe I already ran it. I thought I had an extra something else, but I guess I didn't, guys. I'm sorry. Were there any more thoughts or anything, Hemisphere and Eddie, on this?
Not really that I can think of.
I have so many questions, you guys. As we do with most anything nowadays, but I really do with this.
I mean, I know what I believe. I don't want to influence. I mean, everyone's entitled to believe what they want to believe.
Of course.
So I guess it's up to you how you interpret everything you're seeing and how you process it.
Probably the best way to put it.
I know one thing for sure: when he jumped down, he didn't have it down his pants leg.
No.
That
No.
much I know for sure.
Absolutely true.
I think if he did, I think he'd have tore himself up doing that. And he'd have landed way different. His legs bent completely. Both of them went down when he landed.
He's lucky he didn't get a sprain or even a break, compound fracture, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, can you imagine compound fracture?
And that bag he was wearing did kind of look too flappy for him to have anything inside of it.
It did kind of like fold up and flappy look, whatever it was. I swear I saw that, but
yeah, the bag would have been really heavy and rigid if he had broke the weapon down into its components. You know, did he? Now, here's a detail: did he toss the bag and then jump, or did he have the bag in his hand and jump?
I thought he jumped with it
all together.
I thought he jumped with it in his hand and it hit the ground first, like it slipped or something. I could be wrong though.
Right.
First couple of times when I looked at it, it kind of looked like he had that bag and he set it on top of the edge of the building and then moved the bag down and dropped down. That's the way I looked at it. I don't know. But that's what I see.
Well, no matter what, at the minimum length, whether the weapon was not disassembled or whether he disassembled it, the shortest it would have been, again, would have been 30 inches. And that's being on the conservative side. You know, that's for a very short barrel. And 30-06s usually don't have like a 21 or 22 inch barrel. Usually it'd probably be more like 24 or so. So
whatever he dropped on his other hands was significant enough for him to stop doing what he's doing and make sure to pick it up, and then he walked away from it. But I noticed too that if he was to look and see how he was walking before all that, when he was walking through the neighborhood, he was walking that same way right after he picked whatever he picked up and was walking towards the road. So I don't know if that's a condition that he's got or if that was just something that when he landed, he kind of landed awkward. Like he kind of hurt himself a little bit.
Yeah, he went all the way down. Like I said, I'm surprised he landed the way he did, truly, but
because I noticed he went on his way down, he bent his knees straight and then bent them back up before impact. Then he kind of propped himself back up, and when he did, he picked up whatever that was that he dropped, and then he started walking and running like in the fastest pace, and it kind of looked like he hurt himself. I don't know. That's just the way I looked at it.
yeah, there's a bunch of. This is the other video somebody sent me about this. That's why I couldn't find it because it was in an email still. Hey, Brian, good to see you.
I'd like to see what Birdie was. People are talking a lot about Birdie being kicked off YouTube for a period of time, breaking the community rules or whatever. Is that what I'm reading?
That's what I've been hearing. Something about showing a gun, but I showed 3 different versions of it, and
can't be that.
Plus, like Stevie said too, like there's gun channels that come out here and that's all they do. That's dumb.
Yeah, there's firearm channels galore on YouTube.
It must have either been somebody else's video, maybe, or they were showing it firing, which I think that could be a problem. You can't do that because that incites.
No, you can shoot.
Can you?
Oh yeah, there's.
Okay, well then I don't get it then because that makes no sense to me.
Someone else's content.
That's the only thing. Yeah, it would have to be a copyright issue, I would think. Still, it must have been somebody of importance then, because, well, and either that or he didn't check it. Maybe he didn't check it first, because I've done that. But you got to check them too.
No, I'm reading your comments. You can shoot. There's. You don't have to take my word for it. Just start, looking into that kind of content, and then it'll be on your suggestions. If there's not a dozen, then there's a dozen channels that do that, and they fire live rounds at targets. Hell, they even shoot like dynamite and grenades, and I mean, fully automatic weapons, you name it. So it must have to have something else to do with other, YouTube violations, copyright or something. Live posting. You know what that means, Daigle? On a live posting?
Say that one more time.
So Fizzy Cake says. So my explanation suggests that I'm confused in what her meaning was, and then she says, "No, on a live posting." What does she mean? What does Fizzy mean by that? Do you know?
Let me look. Not on a live. During a live?
Oh, on a live? Only on pre-recorded? I don't know. I haven't really watched any live, I guess.
Yeah, I've never seen either, or I don't know.
Maybe there's some.
Maybe that's it, but I think it's maybe a combination of that and that it was copyrighted material to be taken down for a period of days. That's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, to be fair, I've only seen
I thought that was a fair use issue, in my opinion, because that's what happened to me once before.
Yeah. I've never seen a live stream weapon type
demonstration type thing.
Channel. Yeah, it's usually just a pre-recorded video. Mm-hmm. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, I understand what Fizzy's saying.
I'll look into it though to see if there's something I did, because I don't know everything yet. There's things I don't do.
He was covering a video that had that same gun that they flagged him for, but he said that he didn't know it could be up to 2 days, up to a week.
Wow.
So
okay.
I
think it was very used to.
He said he's going to have lives on X, but he's not going to. He's still going to upload the lives on YouTube the next morning.
Sure, that makes sense. Well, hopefully he can argue it and get his time. I don't like to see that happen to anybody. That's not.
Yeah, from the video I saw this morning, he said he appealed it.
Cool. That's good. That's good. I mean, let me show you guys these real quick here. Some of this, at least, I should say, not all of it.
My job! I was just fired from my job!
Say that again.
I was just fired from my job! Now I have nothing but this! I have nothing but this website! I have nothing anymore! I have nothing! I have nothing anymore! I have nothing anymore! I have nothing anymore! I have nothing anymore! Ah! 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 Ah!
I think he might be upset because he lost his job.
Right, and keep in mind, some of these could be genuine, and some could be for effect.
Well, I'm gonna say, yeah, that seemed.
There's a lot of staging, in this day and age.
That seemed a bit fake to me, a little too much. I mean, I'd be pissed too, but come on, bro.
He's trying to, stir
over, yeah, make
anger.
it.
He's trying to rally the angry mob, so to,
Yes.
I guess possibly. Maybe he did get fired. Who knows? We can't say one way or the other.
I've been looking very hard for the last couple months, and it's bad. It's very bad.
Say that again, Hemisphere.
I said, I've been looking for work for the last 2 months now.
Oh,
it's bad. Job markets is terrible right now.
Well, most of this is based on what people are losing their jobs because of this situation, and statements and comments that are being made that people are losing their jobs left and right is what I was showing you guys. But let's see what else happened.
Oh.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
So you think celebrating a man's death is funny? Well, guess what? People are losing their jobs left and right for doing exactly that. And today, I'm showing you the receipts.
To the person that sent that video to corporate and got me fired, thank you. And I know that everybody is going to see this video too, and that's okay. I'm not going to say anything wrong.
Then don't celebrate somebody's death, you idiot. I mean, you can be, you're allowed to do anything you want. Okay, first of all, but think about things before you do them, what the consequences could be to this, especially on an online platform. Come on. I mean, it's common sense. You know what I'm saying? If you don't celebrate death, first of all, I'm sorry. I don't care who you are, or you just don't. You don't do that. Especially in a situation like this. If it was a different situation that a long time pedo person, something bad happens to him, that's a little different than this, okay? But you still don't celebrate death like that. I've seen a lot of really ignorant people like jumping up and down and clapping and yelling yay and like what? Grow up. So don't sit here and cry because you said and did something that is going to have a repercussion somewhere. It's stupid to me. It's inciting. Yes, Smitty, it's inciting hate, and we have enough of that in society, in this world. We have way too much of that. No way in hell. Sorry.
I've noticed the conversation has been framed, especially in the wake of the firing of Jimmy Kimmel.
Well, I mean, listen.
The conversation has been framed as, a violation of his freedom of speech. Have you noticed that? Has anyone?
Exactly, and no, it's not. No, it's not. I'm sorry. I just highly disagree with that.
Absolutely disagree with it.
You are right.
He can go on the public sidewalk anywhere and say whatever he wants to say. It's his constitutional right.
Yep. Now, when you're
just like a doctor with bad bedside manners. I mean, the doctor can say any vicious thing he wants to say and have as bad of bedside manners as he wants. But if he gets fired by his employer for doing that, that doesn't fall under the First Amendment right being violated. That's a private company firing him.
You are absolutely correct. You don't go on a social media platform and praise the death of anybody, in my opinion, because it's just wrong. And these people are acting like they're shocked, surprised, like this shouldn't have happened. Get over it. You made the mistake. You got to deal with it.
Lies that what I was saying in that video was going to lead to this. No, I would have never fucking done that. But
well, nobody would. But your true colors came out at this point and showing you. This is what kills me with these people.
It seems like with my life, no matter how hard I fucking try, I end up fucking shut up. But I know that everything happens for a fucking reason. And
feel bad for me. This is ridiculous.
I may not know right now what that reason is, but eventually God will reveal that to me. I love helping addicts. I love helping people. This job stressed me the fuck out some days, but I didn't care because it was worth it, because I was helping people. I have no idea what I'm going to do. My daughter is about to go to college, and I don't know now how I'm going to pay for that, but I know that I'll figure it out. And if you want to send this video to corporate too, that's fine. But to anybody that creates content, if you work at a treatment facility, if you work in healthcare, watch what you say very carefully, because it doesn't matter if you don't
speak somebody's name, just describing a situation is enough to get you fired. I did not know that. But now I sure do now. I don't know what I am meant to do in this life. I don't know where I'm supposed to be. I am trying to follow the path that I thought God had for me and wanted for me. But I just keep getting thrown different ways. Maybe I make stupid decisions, yes, but my intentions.
Well, let me see something here. The first thing I'm going to say. Oh my God. This is so ridiculous. She knows exactly what she did wrong. She knows why she got fired. This whole boo-hoo is me for this, that, and everything else. I can't tell you. I'm. Nope. 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 Nope.
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
So that's my feeling on that one for sure.
She's probably going to be wanting, shortly thereafter that video drop. She's probably going to be setting up a GoFundMe for herself.
100%, bro. I was thinking of trying to figure out exactly how to put it, but ridiculous.
They're always fucking good.
Here's the harsh reality. We're living in an age where words matter more than ever. And when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, a flood of people jumped online, clapping, laughing, posting snide little memes. They thought that they were invincible behind a keyboard. But now, they're unemployed. A Microsoft diversity officer, gone. A 911 dispatcher, out. Teachers, journalists, writers, even comic book creators like Gretchen Felker Martin, terminated. And the irony, these are the same people who lecture conservatives about hate speech. But when their hate comes out, it's on full display, and it actually costs them their careers. Actions have consequences. And the jokes that they made about Charlie Kirk's death, well, it just became their undoing.
Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
So we came in for an order earlier to print a poster for a vigil tonight.
Yeah, so
for somebody that passed.
propaganda.
It's not.
It's propaganda. I'm sorry. We don't get that here.
All right. So, what's your name?
Carol. I'm print supervisor. I'm one of the managers.
Yes.
So, unfortunately, we
So
do not
they
print-
say they don't print
we don't
political
print
propaganda.
No.
So this is somebody that passed away a couple years
That's
ago.
political propaganda, unfortunately. I'm
So
sorry.
this is for a prayer tonight, for a prayer vigil.
It's still propaganda, unfortunately.
I printed
What
other
makes
things.
it propaganda? Because he's a political figure, and I don't have to. It's, yeah.
Our general manager is going to be in on Monday. If you
No,
want to
it's
speak
totally
further
okay.
on
No,
the
we have-
subject,
we have
you would
lost-
like to,
we have
you're welcome
ordered-
to.
About Charlie Kirk ended up on Turning Point UK's Twitter account. So I need to address this because it's all getting a little out of hand. Let me firstly state that I am no longer at the Petticoat Emporium. My stall has been removed. In the neck at his own debate rally. I try to avoid American politics if possible, but I've opened X to a bunch of little bitches crying and whinging about how political violence is never the answer. These people are gunning for politics that is inherently violent to its people.
Pause.
These people.
So my phone is about ready to overheat, but before I depart, this is probably a good moment to share this last little bit of wisdom with y'all before I hop down and chat. They don't kill you for being fascist. They call you fascist in order to justify killing you.
Amen, bro. In fact, here. Yep, I absolutely love that. Thank you.
Thank you, Daglin. As always, thanks for having me up. Hopefully we learned something today. We were able to navigate some of these difficult conversations, improve ourselves a little bit,
Yeah.
and even enjoy ourselves and maybe even enjoyed a laugh or two together. So
absolutely, yes, and we will
enjoy that with everybody, and hopefully
there'll be more on
later tonight. I'll see you then.
Oh yeah, I'll be back tonight. I think she's gonna let me. I think she ain't got nothing planned. So good. Thank you so much, Eddie.
Yeah. All right, Hemisphere chat. Talk to you soon.
All right, brother. And Hemisphere, my friend, any thoughts, feelings, anything?
No, not really.
Not really. I mean, there's going to be a lot more questions to come. There's a lot more things coming from this, in my opinion. Nothing half-asses. I 100% support freedom of speech. That being said, our opinions can have consequence, but I don't think anyone should be facing arrest unless they're threatening somebody, and that's agreed. That's agreed. Nothing half-assed. Yes, that's agreed upon. But you cannot be in a professional capacity, in my opinion, meaning at your workplace or anything like that. And like, say for instance, you work at a coffee shop. Okay, you work at a Starbucks, and somebody comes in and it says, "Oh my God, did you see what happened with Charlie Kirk?" Yeah, I did, and I'm glad because of blah, 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 blah. You should be fired. I'm sorry, but you should be fired because that person was killed. And at that point, you're saying, "I'm glad that he's dead." You don't do that. I'm sorry. That's the kind of stuff I'm saying. Now, freedom of speech is different, in my opinion. If you're out, like Eddie said, on the sidewalk, and you say, "Hey, I'm glad this happened," whatever. That's you. You don't do it in a professional setting. You don't shove it down somebody's throat, okay? Because not everybody's going to feel the way you do. And I wholeheartedly, I'm grateful once again that Eddie made that statement, and I fully agree with you too. Nothing. You just don't do it, guys. You just don't do it. Like I said, I didn't even follow Charlie Kirk. I didn't know a whole lot about him. You're just fine, Kat. Don't you ever apologize, dear. And Bry Guy, good to see you, buddy. But anyway.
Sometimes Dago, you had to, especially in this case with Kirk, you have to open yourself up to politics a little bit, and you have to be a little bit in your belief system as well, you know.
Well, I was getting there. You're right. I was getting there.
Because that's what his belief system and what he was debating about had a lot of effect on how people was looking at him.
I understand.
Some of it was looking at him in a positive light. Some of it was negative because he's the one that was telling them exactly what they wanted to hear, and they didn't like what he was.
Right. You're right, and I was getting there. But that being said, Hemisphere D, any of that does not permit somebody to take somebody else's life, in my opinion.
Right.
That's my biggest issue with this. I don't care what me and you could completely disagree with something, and you could have a very strong belief on something, okay? And I'm completely the opposite side of it. I'm never once am I going to think about taking your life. Not one time. Not one time, bro. You know that. Okay?
Right. And I understand what you're saying, and I agree 100%. I mean, try to say this in the right way.
I know it's hard to put it out.
What is the most uncomfortable subject that anybody can talk about and go, "Hey, I got this out of it, but you didn't get nothing out of it." And then I'm trying to justify it because I got that out of it, but you didn't get out of it. It's the same thing. It's just all about how we look at things.
Perception. Yeah. Perception is a big thing. I get it. I do. Leah just said that they have a coworker where she works. It's great to see you, Leah. That is glad and nothing has been done. She got mad at another coworker for sticking up to not celebrating his death. See, that's sick to me. Or do you think because this person's beliefs, even if they were strong, okay, even if he has a political aspect to him, that just because he feels and believes a certain type of way, it's going to change the world? To the point where he's dangerous to somebody, to where you have to take his life. No, guys, come on. Let's think about this, okay? I got a lot of things out there politically that I disagree with. A lot. Okay? A whole lot. But you do not take a life. There's one being in this whole world, and I know some of you guys aren't religious people. I get it, and I'm not shoving it down your throat, but in my opinion, there's one being in this entire creation that has the right to do that, and he's the one that created us, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. That's the only thing I'm saying. Like, you know, Kimmel made a statement that, Brian, that was basically he was blaming it on, I don't know, his statement was so weird the way it was flip-flopped around. The point is he shouldn't have made a statement at all. Okay? He should not have made a statement about it at all. He's on a nighttime TV show that the whole world's going to see. And when you make a statement standing on that platform, you're speaking for them in a sense.
That's kind of like
you don't do it.
You didn't even talk to him when he was alive and well, and now something really bad happened to him. Now
that's how it works. Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's it. Thank you. Celebrating another person's death is sickening. I'm sorry. Listen, Texas, you know this. I think you're the same person, but when I was being attacked a year or 2 years ago by another creator that I think I saw you supporting in some senses, okay? And that's fine. I have nothing against that. They would say some pretty nasty things, so on and so forth. And then that person went through a lot of pretty bad heartache. They lost a child. They had some issues going on with their mother and themselves. And I disagreed with this person in every fashion you could think of. Okay. I mean, we went back and forth. This person hated me per se. But when I found out that person was going through these things, the first thing I did was I asked my community to keep that person and their family and their thoughts and prayers and wished them well in healing through their own process. That is what being human is. Okay. Period. And I'm telling you, when I disagreed with this person, we were like this, face to face, 100%. No, you don't do it, folks. That is exactly what is wrong with our world. And they did. Every one of them did. Knowing that this was not a very nice person to all of us, okay? Just saying. It's a problem, you know what I mean? We have to be here for each other in every sense and aspect of the world, folks, period. Yeah, right. Molly even contacted that person after what happened and sent prayers to them because that's what real people do. We can disagree about anything, you guys, anything. You don't wish death on anyone, folks, because you never know when it could happen to you or somebody you love. You just don't. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. People that disagree with me, my apologies, but I'm not sorry. Sorry, not sorry is what I'm saying. I can never justify that in any form, anything. At your job is not a personal platform. It's not personal freedom of speech. You have your employees. Right. Yes, I agree with you. I do agree with you.
And not a lot of people can be able to have the conversations that he was having.
No.
In an open space like he was having it. So,
I mean, listen, some of the stuff he spoke about, from my understanding, some of it he didn't even like fully believe in, from my understanding. There's things he did support fully that he believed in, but there's other things that he talked about that upset people that weren't not his personal beliefs. And he got upset. Other people got upset about that too. And they just didn't not like this person.
It's all about groups.
Thank you, Texas.
Groups of people, you know. Because one person he was talking to was one way, and that group of people was like, well, how dare you to tell him that? You know?
Right.
And there you go.
Like Molly said. And if you know,
their own. I mean, whatever you do in your own space, personal space, that's
right.
all on you.
That's it.
I'm not here to judge you or anything like that. All I'm saying is, at the end of the day, this is what was going on, and this is what led him to be shot, in my humble opinion.
Of course it is. We know that. But the person that did it could have literally walked up to that microphone, just like the guy that was standing in front of him did when he was shot, and had a whole blown out argument with him, and he'd have done it. expressed his feelings and views about his feelings and views, and probably got more out of it than he did from taking his life, in my opinion. Okay, because that's what I would have done. If I'd have disagreed, we'd have had a talk. If I could have got up there and said my piece, I'd have said what I said, and I'd have probably felt better about it than killing him. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's not how it works. Like Molly says, if you know, you know. I did not like them one little bit, but not this guy, but the person I was just telling you that I sent my prayers to. But at the end of the day, we are all human and need to shine, love, and support in bad times. 100%. And amen to that one, Molly. That's amazing. Yes, we all bleed red. We all come from the same place, folks. And all we have here on this planet is each other. And if we don't support each other, who the fuck is going to? Period. That's what's wrong with society. We need to fix it now before it's too late. And in some senses, you might as well, looking at this, you could probably think it already is, sadly. Thank you, Brian.
Our country has been headed down the tubes for a very long time.
Long time, yes. It's very sad and very, very upsetting. It really is, because I don't like it. I'm scared to death for my grandkids. I'll be honest with you. I really am. Truly, truly. And there's people from other countries and that are making statements about this too. For them to see it from other countries and see things and go, this is bad. That's a problem to me. It is.
Yeah, because we was once regarded as a very respected country. In most of their eyes, we was the most dominant.
Well, we used to be the place everybody wanted to be. And nowadays, there's a lot of people that are stepping back going, I'm good. I'll stay here. You know what I mean? I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. So I think that's going to do it for today. This part. Brian, thank you so much for gifting that membership. And I think, let me see who got it real quick here. Sharon Koss. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you so much, Brian. I love you, buddy. You know. Thank you guys all for your input, your feelings, your thoughts. I appreciate you very much. Texas says it's not. I'm not exactly sure how far all this goes back, but it's quite a way. Something has changed, and it may start in our school systems and at home. I agree with that too, Texas.
That's where it started. Exactly.
We can agree on some things, Texas. 100%. I think it's been a problem for a while, since right after I got out of school, in my opinion.
I graduated in '96, so they were starting.
I came out in '93.
Yeah, about the year after I graduated is when it all changed.
And hate is definitely taught nowadays, and they've taken so many other things out of the realm that people are confused.
I mean,
very confused. Thank you, Transformer.
Just kind of look at our school systems and go, what have we seen? Public school shootings. The kids go to school now, they have to go walk through metal detectors, and they have security guards that's on duty there, and they sheriff's departments is always there at the school to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing.
100%.
Back in when I was going to school in the 80s, even up to 96, it wasn't none of that.
No, it's gone. It's really gone bad.
If we had an issue back in them days, we just meet up somewhere at 3:00. We took care of business.
Duke it out and you're done. Move on. Yep.
Wasn't with a gun.
That's right. That's right. Thank you. Transformer says, thank you very much, Dago, Eddie, Hemisphere, and moderators, and everyone silently watching, but truly appreciating your insights and updates. And I'm wishing you inspired moments filled with what matters most. That is so very much appreciated, Transformer. Thank you so very much. But yeah, you're right, Hemisphere. You're right.
It really did. School prayers in the morning, pledge allegiance, and all that stuff we've had in school, and they took all that out. They took the flags down from every classroom to the big flag up in front. Took all that.
don't forget something else too. They changed the curriculum, Hemisphere, and I think that the curriculum change affected some things too. That what they're teaching as compared to what they taught with us. It makes the mindset different with different generations, and it's caused some other issues, I think, that I'll get into another time. But I'm coming, so I got to get out of here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bud.
I agree.
All right. Well, thanks again, Hemisphere, everybody in chat. Thank you all so very much. Like I said, I'm going to be really, really hard to be in here later. You guys are amazing. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, because that is what's most important. And please, please don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you guys very soon. Much love, folks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, y'all.
Cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't break. Be a buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't break. Be a buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Be a buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost.